Chapter 110. We're here. The city in front is the violet gold imperial city. The heavenly fire marshal house is in the violet cloud mountains behind the violet gold imperial city. Xue Piaoling brought Yi Qinfeng and flew at high speed for about a day. In the evening, they flew to the sky above the violet gold imperial city, which occupied an extremely large area. Why is there such a strong smell of blood in the sky above the violet gold imperial city? Xue Piaoling looked down at the brightly lit violet gold imperial city. She sensed a strong smell of blood in the sky above the imperial city. Something has happened. Yi Qinfeng's brows twitched. He suddenly thought of the tense situation in the violet gold imperial city and quickly said, "Sister Piaoling, let's go down quickly. Something might have happened in the violet gold imperial city." "All right." Xue Piaoling nodded. Her soul wings, which were emitting a faint red glow, flapped violently, setting off a violent gust of wind. She swooped down from the sky and landed on the deserted streets of the violet gold imperial city. Something has really happened. Yi Qinfeng saw that the once bustling violet gold imperial city had become desolate. Almost all the shops were closed. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. His heart tightened. He immediately brought Xue Piaoling to the Yi family's old mansion to investigate. A level 4 heavenly beast immortal. I didn't expect there to be a heavenly beast immortal expert in this small, mortal imperial city. Just as Yi Qinfeng and Xue Piaoling were heading to the Yi family's old mansion, Xue Piaoling released her powerful soul perception. She sensed a powerful aura in the southeast direction of the violet gold imperial city. She suspected it to be a level 4 heavenly beast immortal expert. Someone from the heavenly fire sect. Yi Qinfeng raised his brows and his face turned gloomy. "Chengfeng, that level 4 heavenly beast immortal should be your enemy, right?" Xue Piaoling said. That person should be an expert from the Heavenly Fire Sect's Yinyang Hall. I wonder if Yu Shanxian is still around? Yi Qinfeng nodded and said with a cold look, "Let's go. Let's go there first. Perhaps you will find something unexpected there," Xue Piaoling suggested. "All right." Yi Qinfeng nodded. He raised his speed to the peak and rushed with Xue Piaoling to the Jiang family's old mansion in the southeast of violet gold imperial city. "Grandpa, you're back." Jiang Yijuan, who was drinking tea in the Jiang family's old residence, immediately stood up to welcome Jiang Zhongxiong and the others when he saw them return. When he saw Ji Qingxue and Bai Xia tied up and brought back by the Jiang family's experts, his eyes lit up. There was another person standing beside Jiang Yijuan. This person was none other than Yi Qingchuan's second son, Yi Tianming. He was also the one who insisted on driving Yi Qinfeng out of the Yi family. From today onwards, there will no longer be any Yi clan or Ji clan in the violet gold imperial city. If the one clan doesn't know what's good for them, there's no longer any need for them to exist. Thinking of the scene where his old rival, Ji Yan, was being trampled under his feet, Jiang Zhongxiong immediately felt comfortable all over and said complacently, "Congratulations to Patriarch Jiang for becoming the number 1 person in the Zijin kingdom." Yi Tianming smiled and congratulated him, completely forgetting that the blood of the Yi clan flowed in his veins. Jiang Yijuan's eyes, however, drifted towards the lovely Ji Qingxue and Bai Xia. Looking at their bodies that were tied up with ropes, Jiang Yijuan's eyes immediately burned with passion. "Yijuan, I prepared the 2 of them for Lord Nethery. You can't touch them." Sensing Jiang Yijuan's burning gaze, Jiang Zhongxiong reminded him coldly, I dare not. Thinking of Lord Nethery's ruthless methods, Jiang Yijuan's body trembled. He quickly shifted his gaze away from the 2 sexy bodies. "Xiu, bring the 2 of them to Lord Nethery's room. Lord Nethery, please enjoy them." Ji Yan ordered. "Yes, father." Jiang Xiu nodded and ordered 2 experts of the Jiang clan to bring the despairing Ji Qingxue and by Xia to a very quiet courtyard in the Jiang clan's old mansion. Lord Nethery, my father specially found 2 peerless beauties for you. Please enjoy them. Jiang Shiyu stood outside the courtyard and said respectfully, "Bring the 2 of them to my room." A cold voice echoed from the courtyard. "It's Lord Nethery." Jiang Shiyu led Ji Qingxue and the other 2 girls, whose faces were deathly pale and without a trace of blood, into the quiet courtyard. I didn't expect such beauties to exist in such a small mortal kingdom. A middle-aged man with a chiseled face wearing a fiery red robe saw Ji Qingxue and by Xia outside the door with the help of the moonlight. His eyes immediately lit up. This Lord Nethery was none other than Yu Shanxian, who had come to the Sky Fire Martial House with him. He had once hunted down Yi Qinfeng, Yu Mingdao. "All right, leave the 2 of them here. You can leave now." Looking at Ji Qingxue and by Xiao's hot bodies, fair skin, and moving faces, Yu Mingdao's heart burned with passion, and he ordered loudly, "Yes, Lord Nethery." Jiang Shiyu pushed Ji Qingxue and by Xia into his room. He gently closed the door and turned to leave. Not bad, not bad. Such beauty is hard to find even in the Sky Fire sect. The more Yu Mingdao looked at Ji Qingxue and by Xia, the more he liked them. With a light wave of his right hand, 2 thin strands of soul slid through the air and cut open the ropes binding their bodies. Looking at Yu Mingdao's ferocious face, Ji Qingxue trembled in fear. They didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. Hot tears flowed uncontrollably, drenching their beautiful faces. "Little beauties, don't cry. I'll show you some love later." Seeing their wretched expressions and their beautiful faces, the dim, radiant sect felt the flames in their hearts rise higher and higher. "We are the last disciples of Palace Lord Qian. If you dare to hurt us, my master will not let you off." Ji Qingxue brought up Qian Daobai again, begging Yu Mingdao to let them off for Qian Daobai's sake. "Qian Daobai? Who does he think he is? He's just a small 6th-grade beast general. How dare he meddle in my affairs?" Yu Mingdao sneered and said disdainfully, "Come, my 2 little darlings. Every moment of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Tonight, I'll show you some love." With that, Yu Mingdao released a powerful suction force from his palm, pulling them to his side. "Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." Seeing Yu Mingdao's ferocious face, Ji Qingxue's enchanting eyes became filled with determination. She wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide to protect her innocence. "Die. Do you think it's possible for you to die before me?" Yu Mingdao smiled coldly. Powerful soul force seeped into Ji Qingxue and by Xiao's bodies, forcefully restraining them. Chapter 111. At a time like this, there's no need for you to beg for someone to save you. I'm the ruler here. The smile on Yu Mingdao's face grew even wider as he spoke mockingly when he saw the deathly pale Ji Qingxue and the other woman's eyes. Just as he was about to grab Ji Qingxue's clothes and tear her dress apart, a murderous aura suddenly came through the tightly shut door. It seeped into his bones, making him feel as if he was being stared at by the world's most venomous snake. He felt a chill from head to toe. "Who's there?" Sensing the terrifying killing intent that had suddenly appeared, the dim radiant path suddenly stood up from the bed. An indistinct scorpion appeared on his body as he stared at the door with a hawk-like gaze. "Do you see who I am?" The tightly shut door suddenly opened, and Yi Qinfeng, who was dressed in a white robe and had a tall and straight figure, slowly walked in with a thick, killing intent on his face. He spoke with a cold, killing intent. "Yi Qinfeng, you actually have the courage to return." Although the dim, radiant path had sensed that Yi Qinfeng had broken through to level 3 Earth Beast General in just over a month as a level 4 Heavenly Beast Immortal, he did not take Yi Qinfeng seriously at all. "Xingqian, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about us. He's a Heavenly Beast Immortal expert that Yu Shanxian specially left behind to kill you. The despairing Ji Qingxue and Ji Qingxue had never thought that Yi Qinfeng, who should have been out training, would appear at this moment. They urged them on anxiously, afraid that the dim, radiant path would kill Yi Qinfeng. Leave? Since you've come, leave your life behind. Yu Mingdao laughed coldly, and a powerful aura exploded from his body, pressing down on Yi Qinfeng from all directions. Faced with the powerful presence released by the dim, radiant path, Yi Qinfeng's physical strength completely erupted. He was like an indestructible boulder, resisting the presence that was enough to crush regular earth beast immortals into meat paste. He did not move at all. What great physical strength. Sensing the physical strength that Yi Qinfeng had erupted with, the dim, radiant path's face changed slightly. He felt a sliver of unease for some reason. Mother asterisk cur, go to hell! The dim, radiant Taoist roared out, and a high-grade spirit artifact, spear, appeared in his hand. It tore through the air and stabbed towards Yi Qinfeng's chest, wanting to pierce through him. Just as the spear was about to pierce through Yi Qinfeng's body, water ripples suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. Xue Piaoling, who had an ethereal temperament and extremely beautiful features, appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. She extended a finger and pointed at the tip of the spear. Kacha! An ear-piercing, shattering sound rang out. The high-grade spirit artifact spear in the dim, radiant Taoist's hand could not withstand Piaoling's finger attack. Cracks immediately appeared on the tip of the spear. The powerful force shook him so much that he almost lost his grip on the spear. What? Seeing the high-grade spiritual spear that he had spent a lot of effort to refine being cracked by Xue Piaoling's finger, the dim, radiant sect's heart was in turmoil. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Sister Piaoling, what's the situation outside? Yi Qinfeng looked at the frigid Xue Piaoling and asked. This place has already been enveloped by the formation inscriptions that I've cast down. No one can leave. Xue Piaoling stared at the dim, radiant sect coldly and growled. She hated people who cultivated the way of acacia the most. It could be said that the dim, radiant sect had already been sentenced to death by her. Senior, I am a protector of the Yin-Yang Hall of the Celestial Fire Sect. May I ask if you can spare me for the sake of the Celestial Fire Sect? After witnessing Xue Piaoling's shocking strength and sensing her killing intent, the dim, radiant sect was terrified. He immediately brought out his identity and background. Spare you? Xue Piaoling said with chilling, killing intent. Scum like you should have been cut to pieces long ago. Senior, do you really want to become enemies with my Celestial Fire Sect? Feeling the killing intent in Xue Piaoling's eyes grow thicker and thicker, the dim, radiant sect was truly terrified. He braced himself and asked, a mere third-grade sect dares to threaten me. Even if I kill you in front of Huling, he won't dare to say anything. Xue Piaoling snorted coldly. She did not take the Celestial Fire Sect seriously at all. Senior, just who are you? When the dim, radiant sect heard Xue Piaoling mention the name of the only great elder of the Celestial Fire Sect, his expression changed drastically. He could not imagine how Yi Qinfeng, who had no background at all, had managed to get such a great figure here. You don't deserve to know who I am. Go die obediently. Xue Piaoling lost her patience. A streak of red soul force slowly appeared in her palm. Red soul force, a peerless ruler. Seeing the red soul force rising in Xue Piaoling's palm, the dim, radiant sect's eyes widened. 2 of his 3 souls were scared out of their wits. His heart was filled with despair. Just as he was about to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, the red soul force that appeared in Xue Piaoling's palm shot through his head like a bolt of lightning. It shattered his soul and ended his life. Sister Piaoling, I wonder if you're willing to take the 2 of them as disciples? Yi Qinfeng looked at Ji Qingxue and Bai Xia, who were extremely frightened. They looked haggard and had tear stains at the corners of their eyes. He did not want them to get hurt because of him, so he begged. Take them as disciples? It's not easy to become my disciple. Xue Piaoling glanced at Ji Qingxue and Bai Xia. She found that their cultivation was very low and their talent was average. Sister Piaoling, I'm willing to use 2 favors to ask you to take them as disciples. Yi Qinfeng continued to beg. Hee, your 2 favors? Xue Piaoling smiled and said playfully, all right, when your favors are really worth that much, I'll take them as disciples. But before that, I can take them away first and make them outer disciples of my sect. Thank you, Sister Piaoling. Yi Qinfeng was overjoyed and said gratefully. He was relieved that Xue Piaoling would take care of the 2 girls. Qingfeng, I don't want to be separated from you. Ji Qingxue bit her wet lips tightly. She looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had already conquered her heart and imprinted his shadow in the depths of her heart, and said bitterly. Bai Xia did not say anything, but she looked at Yi Qinfeng with eyes full of longing and reluctance. The dim, radiant sect has been killed. The Heavenly Fire sect will definitely investigate the cause of his death. If you don't want anything to happen to you, it's best you leave with Sister Piaoling. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to save you next time. Yi Qinfeng ignored the affection in the 2 girls' eyes and shook his head. Then, Qingfeng, will you go and visit us? Hearing Yi Qinfeng's emotionless words, Ji Qingxue felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She felt that Yi Qinfeng probably did not have much affection for her, and she could only blame herself for all of this. She could not blame Yi Qinfeng. If there's a chance, I'll go. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, By the way, Patriarch Yi, how are your grandfather and the others? What happened in Zijin Imperial City? Yi Qinfeng changed the topic. In order to seize the throne, the first prince is constantly eliminating his opponents. Grandfather and the others have been captured by the imperial guards and locked in the imperial prison. Ji Qingxue told Yi Qinfeng the whole story. First prince, Jiang Zhongxiong, is trying to kill them all. Yi Qinfeng's eyes flashed with viciousness as he said, Let's go. We'll settle the score with them. We'll let them know that there are some people they can't afford to offend. With that, Yi Qinfeng took out 2 sets of clothes from his Cosmos bag and put them on the 2 girls. He got Xue Piaoling to take care of them before leaving the room that reeked of blood alone. He walked through the night towards Jiang Zhongxiong's courtyard. Chapter 112. Grandfather, if Lord Nethery gets tired of Ji Qingxue and Bai Xia, can you give them to me so that I can have some fun with them? Ji Qingxue and Bai Xia were so beautiful that Jiang Yijuan could not forget about them. He wanted to have them. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Jiang Zhongxiong said in a low voice. His deep eyes looked through the window at the silent night sky outside. For some reason, Jiang Zhongxiong felt that his heart could not calm down, as if something big was about to happen. However, when he thought about the fact that the Jiang family had a Class 4 Heavenly Beast Immortal Expert from the Heavenly Fire sect, his uneasy heart gradually calmed down. Yijuan, do you feel that something is wrong outside? Jiang Zhongxiong took a sip of tea and pondered for a moment before asking. Something is wrong. Jiang Yijuan looked surprised. He looked out the window and said in confusion, Grandfather, it's very quiet outside. There's nothing wrong. Quiet, yes, it's too quiet. When Jiang Yijuan said this, Jiang Zhongxiong immediately realized where the problem lay. The entire Jiang family mansion was too quiet. There was not the slightest bit of movement. This was too illogical. Stop, who are you? How did you get in? Just when Jiang Zhongxiong found the problem and was about to order people to check the entire Jiang family's old mansion, a loud shout suddenly came from the quiet courtyard. The next moment, there was no movement. Not good. A strong enemy is attacking. Hearing the guard shout, Jiang Zhongxiong's face changed and he urged loudly, Yijuan, quickly go and ask Lord Nethery to come and help. It doesn't matter who comes. No one can save you today. The The tightly shut door was suddenly shattered by a powerful wave of soul force. Yi Qinfeng walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. He had a cold expression on his face. Yi Qinfeng, it's you. You actually dare to come back. Looking at the person who came, Zhang Yijuan breathed a sigh of relief. His face revealed a trace of malevolence. I've come back to take your lives. Yi Qinfeng looked at Zhang Yijuan and the others coldly and said with killing intent, "Ha ha ha, Yi Qinfeng. Do you still not know the situation you're in?" Zhang Yijuan laughed loudly and said arrogantly, "I'm not afraid to tell you that Lord Nethery is in my Jiang residence. Today, you can't escape even if you have wings." Lord Netherworld? Yi Qinfeng smiled playfully. "You're talking about the dim, radiant sect, right? It's a pity that he just died. He's waiting for you on the Yellow Springs Road." As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng suddenly took a step forward, crushing the ground beneath him. With a powerful physical pressure, he instantly appeared in front of Zhang Yijuan. Yijuan dodged. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's sudden burst of power, Zhang Zhongxiong's expression changed drastically as he loudly reminded Yi Qinfeng. However, Yi Qinfeng's speed was too fast. Before Zhang Yijuan could react, Yi Qinfeng's fist, which was filled with 50,000 gene of strength, struck his chest and sent him flying. Boom! Zhang Yijuan's body suddenly exploded in midair. Pieces of flesh and blood fell from the air and scattered on the ground. The terrifying scene made one's hair stand on end. You actually killed my grandson." Seeing the grandson he had placed such high hopes on die in front of him, Zhang Zhongxiong felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His eyes instantly turned blood red as a powerful, baleful aura spread out from his body. "Not only will I kill him, but I will also kill you, as well as all the ambitious people in your Jiang family. I will let you all know that there are some people you can't afford to offend." Yi Qinfeng ignored the baleful aura released by Zhang Zhongxiong and walked towards him with heavy steps. The powerful pressure instantly shattered Zhang Zhongxiong's baleful aura, making it difficult for him to breathe. You broke through to the rank 3 Earth Beast General Realm?" Feeling the surging soul power in Yi Qinfeng's body, Zhang Zhongxiong deeply felt the difference in strength between him and Yi Qinfeng. However, he already had no way to retreat. He steeled his heart and took out a golden blade from his Qingkuan bag. A golden cicada phantom appeared on his body. "Golden cicada saber shadow!" Zhang Zhongxiong shouted as he gripped the golden saber tightly with both hands. A large number of golden cicadas wrapped around the golden saber, increasing its attack power. He slashed at Yi Qinfeng. "Break!" Seeing that Zhang Zhongxiong's golden cicada saber shadow was about to slash at Yi Qinfeng's body, Zhang Zhongxiong's pupils constricted as he threw a punch at the golden cicada saber shadow. The fist, which was compressed to the extreme, easily shattered the golden saber. The fist struck Zhang Zhongxiong's chest, penetrating it. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng appeared beside Zhang Zhongxiong and pressed his right palm on Zhang Zhongxiong's head. He circulated the soul-devouring art and devoured Zhang Zhongxiong's spiritual beast, the golden cicada. After taking away Zhang Zhongxiong and Zhang Zhongxiong's belongings, Yi Qinfeng's body flashed and left the room filled with a thick smell of blood. He continued to slaughter the Jiang family's experts under the silent night sky. "Oh, Yi Tianming, why is he here?" When Yi Qinfeng quietly killed several Jiang family's experts, he accidentally found Yi Tianming in a secluded courtyard. Could it be Godfather's death has something to do with him? Yi Qinfeng had always suspected that there was a traitor in the Yi family. Otherwise, his godfather would not have been poisoned to death for no reason. Bang! The tightly shut door suddenly shattered, waking Yi Tianming, who was immersed in his beautiful fantasy, from his beautiful dream. Yi Qinfeng. When Yi Tianming saw Yi Qinfeng, who was standing outside the house with a murderous aura, he was so frightened that he stood up from the chair. He was scared out of his wits. "Were you the one who poisoned my foster father to death?" A strong mental strength blasted into Yi Tianming's mind, causing his mind to collapse and his mind to be in a trance. Yes, Yi Tianming was only a level 2 beast illusionist. He could not resist Yi Qinfeng's strong mental strength. In a trance, he admitted, "It's really you." Yi Qinfeng was indebted to Yi Xuanxiang. It could be said that without Yi Xuanxiang, there would be no Yi Qinfeng. After knowing the cause of his godfather's death, a strong murderous aura emanated from Yi Qinfeng's body and blasted into Yi Tianming's body. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground. No, Yi Qinfeng, listen to me. It's the Jiang family. They forced me to poison him. I didn't want to do it." Yi Tianming, who had regained his senses, kept explaining. His body, which was lying on the ground, was trembling. "You are scared. From the moment you killed my adoptive father, you should have known that this day would come for you." As Yi Tianming spoke, a sharp sword light flashed in front of Yi Qinfeng's eyes. His entire body was split open by the sword light that burst out from Yi Qinfeng's body. A large amount of blood spurted out and dyed the ground red. "Godfather, I will send all the people who harmed you to hell and let them repent to you in hell." Yi Qinfeng looked at Yi Tianming's body that was split into two and said with a strong murderous aura. After about 30 minutes, the Jiang family residence was covered in blood. A strong smell of blood floated in the dark night. In the entire Jiang family residence, only a few innocent women, children, servants, and maids had their memories erased by Piao Shualing. Chapter 113. The Zijin Imperial Palace was the true core of the Zijin Imperial City. At this moment, in a coiling dragon hall in the violet gold Imperial Palace, there was singing and dancing. Numerous women wearing tulle dresses, their bodies faintly discernible, were slowly twisting their hot and delicate bodies along with the melodious music, outlining an extremely seductive scene. Crown Prince Ying Jianglu, who was wearing a dark golden dragon robe, was sitting in the main seat of the hall with a smile on his face. He was entertaining the experts of the Shen Tu family clan and the Shangguan family clan, thanking them for helping him eliminate the dissidents and stabilizing the situation. "Crown Prince, how do you plan to deal with the Yi family's remnants?" Sitting on the first seat on the right, the Shen Tu family clan's patriarch, Shen Tu Shuzhou, who had a pair of sword-like eyebrows and an aquiline nose, asked after drinking a mouthful of fragrant wine, "Senior Shuzhou, are you interested in them?" Although Ying Jianglu was about to ascend to the throne, the Shen Tu family clan was an ancient martial arts family clan. They were powerful and had a close relationship with the Heavenly Fire sect. He did not dare to offend them, so he asked politely, "Yes, I want to use their lives to force Yi Qinfeng to appear and get rid of him." Thinking of Yi Qinfeng's amazing cultivation talent, Shen Tu Shuzhou felt uneasy. If he could not get rid of Yi Qinfeng as soon as possible, Shen Tu Shuzhou felt that Yi Qinfeng would become his inner demon. "All right. When I ascend to the throne, I will hand the Yi family's remnants over to you." Ying Jianglu agreed happily. "Come, let's drink. If you want to find me, why go through so much trouble?" Just as Shen Tu Shuzhou finished his cup of wine and was thinking of how to force Yi Qinfeng to appear by using the Yi family's members' lives, a thunder-like voice resounded in the lively hall. Yi Qinfeng was like an invincible god of war. With heavy steps, he slowly walked into the hall. "Yi Qinfeng." When Shen Tu Shuzhou saw Yi Qinfeng appear in public, a black dove phantom image appeared around him. He leaped up from his seat with a long sword in hand. Like a stormy sea, he attacked Yi Qinfeng in a bid to quickly capture him. I seal. When the murderous Shen Tu Shuzhou approached Yi Qinfeng, a bone-chilling cold air suddenly gushed out from Yi Qinfeng's body, instantly freezing the Grade 5 earthly beast general Shen Tu Shuzhou. In the next moment, a suffocating force erupted from Yi Qinfeng's body. A punch with a force of over 50,000 kilograms struck Shinto Shujo, who had turned into an ice sculpture. The punch shattered Shinto Shujo's body, killing him on the spot. Shinto Shujo could be said to be the strongest person present. He was even stronger than the Shangguan clan's clan master, Shangguan Feijing. Witnessing him being frozen and killed instantly by Yi Qinfeng, everyone present was dumbfounded, especially Ying Jianglu, who was so scared that his whole body started to tremble. The patriarch is dead. Seeing the scene of Shinto Shujo's death, the Shinto family clan experts were afraid. They wanted to quickly leave this troublesome place. When they rushed to the door of the hall, they found that a powerful formation seal had sealed the door, making it impossible for them to leave. Yi Qinfeng, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to kill us all? A Shinto family clan elder braced himself and warned, My Shinto family clan has a close relationship with the Heavenly Fire sect. If you dare to harm us, the Heavenly Fire sect will definitely avenge us. Chi! Just as the Shinto family clan elder finished speaking, a sharp sword beam shot out from Yi Qinfeng's body. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck his body and split him into two. He died, tragically on the spot. Young Master Yi, my Shangguan family clan has no grudges with you. We have no intention of being your enemy. I wonder if you can let us go. If you are willing to let us go, my Shangguan family clan is willing to worship you forever. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's ruthless methods, Shangguan Feijing's heart turned cold. He restrained his killing intent and made a promise in front of everyone, praying that Yi Qinfeng would let them go. If I let you go, you will immediately inform the Heavenly Fire sect, right? Yi Qinfeng said coldly as he saw through Shangguan Feijing's intentions. We wouldn't dare. We can swear to keep it a secret. Having his secret exposed by Yi Qinfeng, Shangguan Feijing's body trembled as he hurriedly said, Sorry, I only believe in dead people. Yi Qinfeng's pupils constricted as a terrifying sword aura shot out from his body once again. It gathered into a shocking sword beam that slashed down from midair, breaking through Shangguan Feijing's defense and killing him. Seeing the strongest Shinto Shujo and Shangguan Feijing being killed by Yi Qinfeng, Ying Jianglu was scared out of his wits. His legs trembled as he nearly lost his footing. Ying Jianglu, why are you trembling? Are you very cold? Yi Qinfeng looked at Ying Jianglu, who was trembling and breaking out in cold sweat, and said sarcastically, Senior Yi, I know my wrongs. I'm willing to give up the throne. Please spare my life. Ying Jianglu stuttered as he spoke. Towards the end, the previously arrogant him knelt on the ground. Ying Jianglu, for the sake of your own selfish desires, you massacred your comrades and indiscriminately massacred the innocent. I truly cannot find a reason to spare you. Seeing Ying Jianglu kneeling on the ground like a dog, Yi Qinfeng said without the slightest trace of emotion, Senior Yi, please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. I promise to turn over a new leaf and turn over a new leaf. Ying Jianglu kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, begging Yi Qinfeng to spare him. In your next life, facing Ying Jianglu's begging, Yi Qinfeng was unmoved. He struck his head with his palm, ending his evil life. After killing Ying Jianglu, Yi Qinfeng continued to slaughter the experts of the Shen Tu family clan and Shangguan family clan. In an instant, blood dyed the grand hall red. The thick stench of blood made people vomit. Seeing the corpses lying in a pool of blood, the officials in the grand hall kept quiet out of fear. However, Yi Qinfeng did not attack these mortals. He asked Xue Piaoling to forcefully erase their soul memories. Sister Piaoling, let's go to the heavenly prison. After Xue Piaoling erased everyone's soul memories, Yi Qinfeng left the grand hall and arrived at the heavenly prison. With Xue Piaoling's help, she tore open a huge hole in the impenetrable heavenly prison, releasing the second prince, Yi Qingchuan, Ji Yanjing, and company. To avoid exposing his identity, Yi Qinfeng did not appear. After Yi Qingchuan and company regained their freedom, He quietly left the chaotic palace with Xue Piaoling and met up with Ji Qingxue and Bai Xia, who were waiting outside the palace. Sister Piaoling, thank you for helping me. If not for you, I might have killed a lot of innocent people tonight. Yi Qinfeng said gratefully from the bottom of his heart. Chengfeng, the path of cultivation is like cutting through waves. It is bound to kill a lot of people. However, you were able to protect your heart when you killed people. It shows how strong your Tao heart is. However, what happened tonight will definitely alarm the Heavenly Fire sect. Why don't you follow me back to the ethereal mountain to prevent any accidents? Xue Piaoling said. Ethereal Mountain, the only top 6th grade sect in the Northern Spirit region. Yi Qinfeng knew about the various large sects in the Northern Spirit region. He knew that the number 1 sect in the Northern Spirit region was the Ethereal Mountain. There were several defiant Beast King experts presiding over the sect. With your talent, it will be easy for you to become an inner sect disciple in the Ethereal Mountain. Your cultivation speed will definitely be better than in the Heavenly Fire sect. After seeing Yi Qinfeng's amazing talent and strong Tao heart, Xue Piaoling also started to appreciate his talent. If there is a chance, I will definitely go to the Ethereal Mountain. However, now is not the time. For the sake of the true spirit realm that was about to open, Yi Qinfeng tactfully rejected Xue Piaoling. If that is the case, then take care of yourself. It is best if you don't show yourself for a while in order to avoid being found out by the Heavenly Fire sect. This amulet is for you. It can help you block a fatal attack from the Xian Beast sect's expert ones. Xue Piaoling did not force Yi Qinfeng. He gave him a very precious amulet. Qinfeng, I'm sorry. Please forgive my original ignorance and rudeness. As they were about to part, Ji Qingxue reluctantly looked at Yi Qinfeng and said guiltily, Let bygones be bygones. You and Xia follow Sister Piaoling and cultivate well. If there is a chance, I will go to the Ethereal Mountain to visit you. Yi Qinfeng said with a faint smile. Chengfeng, Qingxue, and I will wait for you at the Ethereal Mountain. You must come. Bai Xia looked at Yi Qinfeng affectionately and tried her best to hide her inner feelings. I will definitely go. Yi Qinfeng nodded and promised. Okay, it is almost dawn. We have to go. Cultivate well and try to impress me with your 2 favors. Chapter 114. Cold Lake, Crane Shadow, Cool Breeze, Autumn Water. In the southwest of the Zijin Kingdom, there was a mountain range with steep terrain. There was a quiet and deep lake. This lake was called the Serene Cloud Lake. Because there were many strong spirit beasts in the lake, there were very few people around the Serene Cloud Lake. At this moment, on the surface of the silvery white lake, a young man in a white robe with a pair of dark eyes that were filled with determination was practicing his sword in the water. This young man practicing his sword was none other than Yi Qinfeng, who had secretly left the chaotic Zijin imperial city and decided to cultivate in seclusion. Swish! A silver sword light flickered with cold light under the sun. The sharp sword presence broke through the water surface and left a sword mark that was dozens of meters long. I finally have some comprehension. If this situation continues, I think I will be able to comprehend the second heaven of sword presence very soon. Yi Qinfeng was at the shore of the Serene Cloud Lake, studying the sword presence manual that Xue Piaoling gave him while practicing his sword in the lake. As his comprehension of the sword presence manual deepened, the power of his sword presence also increased. Buzz! Another 2 days later, Yi Qinfeng's body suddenly vibrated with a loud sword sound. A powerful sword presence gushed out from his body and rushed into the clouds. The powerful sword presence dispersed the clouds in the sky and slashed into the Serene Cloud Lake. A sword mark that was more than 100 meters long was left on the surface of the Serene Cloud Lake. The terrifying sword presence didn't dissipate for a long time, scaring the spirit beasts in the Serene Cloud Lake and causing them to flee in panic. I have finally cultivated the second heaven of sword presence. Feeling the surge of sword presence in his body, Yi Chen-feng revealed a faint smile. Although he wasn't sure if he had the ability to fight with a grade 1 heaven beast immortal, he knew that his attack power was enough to kill a grade 6 earth beast general. After cultivating the second heaven of sword presence, Yi Chen-feng didn't continue comprehending the sword presence. Instead, he took out the Qianquan bag from the dim, radiant sect and controlled the God-Eater brain to break the restriction in the bag. He released his soul force and permeated it. 13,000 low-grade soul crystals, 280 mid-grade soul crystals, 67 stalks of heaven and earth spirit herbs, 2 mid-grade spirit artifacts, and 3 low-grade spirit artifacts. This is a spirit-grade soul pill. Yi Chen-feng looked through the items, left behind by the dim radiant sect. He discovered an embroidered box sealed with inscriptions. When he broke open the inscriptions on the box, he discovered a milky white pill that gave off a dense fragrance. Yi Chen-feng controlled the soul-devouring brain to scan the white soul pill. The grade of the pill immediately appeared in his mind, making him overjoyed. As expected of the Sky Fire Sect's Yin Yang Hall Guardian, there's actually a spirit-grade soul elixir in his Qianquan bag. I wonder if this spirit-level soul pellet can help me break through to the 4th grade Earth Beast General Realm. Yi Chen-feng adjusted his breathing by the serene cloud lake for a while, adjusting his body to its peak state. Then he swallowed the spirit-level soul pellet and circulated the soul-devouring art to quickly refine and absorb it to increase his strength. Just as Yi Chen-feng was bitterly cultivating by the serene cloud lake to increase his strength, he received news of the dim, radiant sect's death. The Sky Fire sect fell into a great shock. 3 Yin Yang Hall elders rode their fire-wing windbirds to Zijin Imperial City to investigate the cause of the dim, radiant sect's death. The chaotic Zijin Imperial City became jittery because of the arrival of the 3 Yin Yang Hall elders. As Xue Piaoling had deliberately left many traces of her attacks, the 3 Yin Yang Hall elders were deeply shocked. After their thorough investigation, they concluded that the person who killed the dim, radiant sect, the Jiang family, the Shen Tu family clan, and the Shangguan family clan, was an important figure that even the Sky Fire sect could not afford to offend. His strength was at least that of a 4th grade mystic beast sect. Why did the dim, radiant sects, Jiang Zhongxiong and company, offend such an important figure and suffer such a calamity became an unsolvable mystery. As for Yi Chen-feng, because his strength was too low, he was never suspected by anyone. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, the 3 Yin Yang Hall elders did not dare to stay in the Zijin kingdom for long, nor did they dare to investigate the matter in depth. They left with the news that was enough to shock the Sky Fire sect. Without the interference of the Sky Fire sect, the Zijin kingdom gradually regained its order. Under the support of the Yi family, Ji family, Wen family, and by family, the second prince, who had survived the calamity, gradually gained control of the situation. After the old emperor passed away, he ascended the throne as he wished. Time passed day by day, and the day of the Sky Fire Martial House's examination was getting closer. In order to obtain good results on the examination day, the disciples of the Sky Fire Martial House cultivated with all their might. In the depths of the purple cloud mountains, under a thunderous waterfall, a tall, bare-chested youth stood under the waterfall like a steel spear. He used his flesh and blood to withstand the impact of the waterfall, tempering his physical strength. An explosive roar came out of his mouth. The muscles all over his body suddenly burst out with an astonishing strength, as if he was an ancient demon beast that had just awoken. With a stomp of his foot, he cracked the hard boulder under his feet. Like a meteorite, he rushed up the waterfall that was flowing down. Limitless, scattered hands. The youth relied on his astonishing strength to rush to the center of the waterfall. Both of his hands quickly twisted, and a large palm imprint filled with destructive power heavily bombarded the waterfall that was like a silver dragon. With one palm, the powerful waterfall was cut in half. The huge water flow was like a fairy scattering flowers, scattering in all directions. Phew! I've finally cultivated the limitless scattered hands to the 8th realm. Landing on the cracked boulder, the youth revealed a satisfied smile. He muttered to himself, I don't know if I can defeat Fu Yuiwa with my current strength, and strive for first place in the Sky Fire Martial House's examination. The youth who was practicing his palm under the waterfall was Lin Fu Xan, ranked 2nd on the Sky Fire Martial ranking. The limitless scattered hands he cultivated was one of the top 3 spirit rank soul skills in the Sky Fire Martial House. He was able to cultivate the limitless scattered hands to the 8th realm in a short year. It was enough to show that his talent was extraordinary. The Black Mountain sect was a first-rank sect in the North Snow region. The sect had 3 rank 5 Earth Beast Generals. Relying on the strength of the 3 sect masters, the Black Mountain sect bullied men and women and did all kinds of evil deeds. They had become a big tumor in the Black Mountain region. In order to eradicate the Black Mountain sect, many large families had offered generous rewards. But a year had passed, and not only had the Black Mountain sect not been eradicated, but their power had grown stronger. Chi! A silver-white blade slashed down from the sky. A tall woman in tight black clothes, with long black hair casually draped over her shoulders and an expressionless face, appeared alone outside the Black Mountain sect. She slashed her saber across the air and split the Black Mountain sect, which was more than 10 meters tall and impregnable, in half, shocking the entire Black Mountain sect. If Yi Qinfeng was here, he would recognize this woman in black at a glance. She was the woman in black who had shocked him greatly in the gravity cave. Her identity was recognized as the number 1 person in the Sky Fire Martial House. She was Fu Yuiwa, who had cultivated the top spirit rank soul skill to the 9th realm. Another one who isn't afraid of death has come. Hearing the commotion, hundreds of Black Mountain sect experts rushed out of the Black Mountain sect and surrounded the cold and elegant Fu Yuiwa. Little beauty, I think you're tired of living. How dare you come to my Black Mountain sect alone to make trouble? But if you can serve us 3 brothers, well, maybe we'll be in a good mood. And the great sect leader of the Black Mountain sect looked at Fu Yuiwa's delicate face, hot body, and sexy legs, and scrupulously. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp blade slashed at him at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. What a fast blade! A silver light flashed in front of the Black Mountain sect's great sect leader, and the last thought flashed through his mind. His body was cut in half, and he fell into a pool of blood and died. After killing the Black Mountain sect's strongest great sect leader with a single slash, Fu Yuiwa continued to slash with her blade. Streaks of blade light that seemed to tear the void apart quickly fell into the crowd. Every time the blade fell, more than 10 people would die. The ground was crisscrossed by the terrifying blade light. In less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the first rank Black Mountain sect that dominated the Black Mountain region was annihilated. None of the 813 people in the sect were spared. The entire Black Mountain sect became a purgatory on Earth. You can't even withstand a single blow. Chapter 115. Annihilation Sword Art Flowing Cloud Pierce. Yi Qinfeng smoothly thrust out his sword. A flowing cloud sword shadow pierced through layers of air and split open the secluded surface of the quiet cloud lake, directly penetrating to the shore 1,000 meters away. Wind shadow slash. The 1,000-meter-long sword mark in the serene cloud lake had yet to dissipate when Yi Qinfeng leaped into the air. A peerless sword ray like a wind blade tore through the sky and slashed into the bottomless, serene cloud lake. A huge hole was cleaved in the center of the quiet cloud lake. The sword ray was filled with 2 layers of sword force, preventing the surging lake water from converging. There was still half a month before the Heavenly Fire Martial House's examination. Yi Qinfeng cultivated his 3 great soul skills during the day and refined a spirit-level soul pill at night. He had raised his cultivation to the peak of a Class 3 Earth Beast General and gradually grasped the first 2 forms of the Annihilation Sword Art. However, the 3rd form of the Annihilation Sword Art, Instant Kill, was too difficult to cultivate and the requirements were too harsh. With Yi Qinfeng's current strength, he was unable to grasp it. Roar! Just as Yi Qinfeng continued to cultivate his 3 great soul skills, an extremely powerful roar came out from the quiet cloud lake filled with powerful sword force. Hidden Cloud Lake was the absolute overlord. A level 3 golden-armored snake turtle, the size of a small mountain with a snake tail and the strength of a level 6 Earth Beast General, could no longer bear the harassment and emerged from Hidden Cloud Lake. In fact, this gold-armored snake turtle had already sensed Yi Qinfeng's existence. It was only because it felt an intense sense of danger from Yi Qinfeng that it didn't show up. However, Yi Qinfeng's sword strike had directly penetrated the quiet cloud lake and struck its hard shell. This had completely enraged it, causing it to make up its mind to chase Yi Qinfeng away. "You're finally willing to come out and spar with me." Yi Qinfeng looked at the golden-armored snake tortoise that emerged from Quiet Cloud Lake and roared furiously at him. He revealed a faint smile. His figure flashed slightly as he stepped on the rippling lake and took the initiative to attack the golden-armored snake tortoise. Cloud-breaking palm. The tip of Yi Qinfeng's foot lightly touched the rippling surface of the lake. His entire body soared into the sky like a large bird, spreading its wings. In the next moment, the shadow of a blood egg appeared behind Yi Qinfeng, greatly increasing his soul power. Yi Qinfeng's palm shot down. The wind and clouds throbbed and the water rippled. Yi Qinfeng's entire body's strength was condensed in this palm. It carried a strong sense of oppression. His palm imprinted on the hard shell of the golden-shelled snake turtle. Boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions resounded on the huge shell of the golden-armored snake turtle. The formidable power shook the hill-like body of the golden-armored snake turtle, and its huge body sank down by 3 inches. Ayo! The tortoise shell suffered a heavy blow, which completely enraged the golden-armored snake turtle. A terrifying shockwave was released from its mouth, which shattered the layers of air and bombarded Yi Qinfeng, who was falling towards the surface of the serene cloud lake. Apparition shifting. Facing the sonic attack released by the golden-armored snake turtle, Yi Qinfeng suddenly took a deep breath. 3 afterimages appeared behind him, which instantly increased his speed by 3 times. In the process of falling, he made a series of unimaginable dodges. He continuously dodged the sonic attack and landed on the surface of the lake. This golden-armored snake turtle is really terrifying. Yi Qinfeng did not receive a direct attack from the golden-armored snake turtle, but the blood and qi in his body were still violently tumbling. Beast soul armor. Feeling the terror of the golden-armored snake turtle, Yi Qinfeng did not dare to be careless. For the first time, he controlled the blood egg to condense a soul armor to protect his whole body. However, the blood egg was limited by its level. The condensed soul armor's defensive power was not high, and the soul power defense had become Yi Qinfeng's only weakness at the moment. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the surging blood and qi in his body. He took out the coiling dragon-heavy sword and performed the apparition, shifting. He left an afterimage on the violently tumbling lake and approached the gigantic, golden-armored snake turtle. Compared to the golden-armored snake turtle, Yi Qinfeng's body was much smaller. But when Yi Qinfeng performed the second layer of the sword aura, the terrifying sword aura made the golden-armored snake turtle smell a strong sense of danger. Killing sword art, flowing cloud pierce. The sword aura gushing out of Yi Qinfeng's body quickly condensed into a flowing cloud sword shadow that was full of killing power. It made an ear-piercing sound as it pierced towards the golden-armored snake turtle's head. Feeling the terror of Yi Qinfeng's sword, the golden-armored snake turtle's pillar-like forelimbs fiercely slapped on the surface of the lake. It stirred up a series of water pillars, trying to shatter the flowing cloud pierce. But the flowing cloud pierce was full of powerful sword aura. It pierced through the water pillars with irresistible force and pierced the neck of the golden-armored snake turtle at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. Suddenly, a large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain. The golden-armored snake turtle roared in pain, and the entire serene cloud lake violently tumbled. "It's gone crazy." Looking at the golden-armored snake turtle whose eyes had turned blood red and whose terrifying aura was erupting like a volcano, Yi Qinfeng did not retreat. Instead, the battle intent in his body became stronger and stronger. Rumble. A large area of lake water exploded. The furious golden-armored snake turtle opened its bloody mouth and shot a series of powerful spirit lights at Yi Qinfeng, bombarding his body. Killing sword art. Facing the attack of a large number of spirit lights, Yi Qinfeng raised his strength to the limit. He held the coiling dragon ape in his hand and met the attack head-on. He continuously stabbed with the flowing cloud pierce, shattering the spirit lights that were full of destructive power. The spirit lights that it spat out could not do anything to Yi Qinfeng. The golden-armored snake turtle's thick forelimbs fiercely slapped on the lake surface. Its huge body suddenly rotated and released an endless amount of golden light. It was like a huge spinning top, twisting the air and attacking Yi Qinfeng. Killing sword art, wind shadow slash. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. The endless sword aura was integrated into the coiling dragon ape. With a slash, a wind shadow sword light that was dozens of meters long cut through the sky and slashed on the hard shell of the golden-armored snake turtle. Rumble. A powerful force exploded on the golden-armored snake turtle's shell. It was like a stormy sea, forcibly blocking the golden-armored snake turtle, making it unable to move forward. Collapsing cloud palm. Seeing that the golden-armored snake turtle had relied on its innate strength to break the wind-shadow sword light, Yi Qinfeng suddenly stomped on the violently fluctuating lake surface and flew into the sky. He threw out a powerful palm strike towards the golden-armored snake turtle. Boom! The collapsing cloud palm fiercely bombarded the golden-armored snake turtle shell. The powerful force forcibly smashed the huge body of the golden-armored snake turtle into the violently tumbling, quiet cloud lake. The lake surface within a 1-mile radius was affected by the collapsing cloud palm. It collapsed and formed a vacuum area. After being continuously attacked by Yi Qinfeng's killing moves, the golden-armored snake turtle started to bleed profusely. Its internal organs were also damaged. In the end, the overlord of the quiet cloud lake, the golden-armored snake turtle, was terrified of Yi Qinfeng's terrifying attack power. It did not dare to fight with him again. It quickly sank to the bottom of the lake and did not dare to come out again. After the golden-armored snake turtle escaped, Yi Qinfeng stepped on the surface of the lake and appeared on the shore. He sat cross-legged on a rock that was as smooth as a mirror. Combining the insights he had gained from the battle with the golden-armored snake turtle, he took out the sword aura handwritten scroll given to him by Piao Shui and continued to comprehend. As his comprehension of sword aura became deeper and deeper, his attack power became stronger and stronger. There were only 3 days left until the Sky Fire Martial House's entrance exam. It's time to go back. Chapter 116. Early in the morning, the melodious sound of a bell came from the Sky Fire Martial House. It spread to every corner of the Martial House, causing the originally quiet Sky Fire Martial House to become lively. A large number of Martial House disciples were filled with excitement as they poured into the arena. They occupied the best spots and waited for the Martial House's final assessment to begin. In order to increase the intensity of the Martial House's assessment, The Sky Fire Marshal House had stipulated that only the top 30 disciples were qualified to participate in the final assessment. Among the top 30 disciples, only the top 3 could represent the Sky Fire Marshal House to enter the true spirit realm and compete with the disciples of the 3 major sects and 2 major martial houses for great opportunities. The competition was intense. Look, it's Senior Brother Shinta Kwang and Senior Brother Shangguan Yuantong. What a powerful aura. No wonder they are the top 3 contenders. As more and more disciples gathered in the stands, a tall and sturdy Shinta Kwang, wearing black training clothes, walked into the arena with a gloomy expression. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint. This is my only chance. I must get into the top 3 of the Sky Fire Marshal House and enter the true spirit realm to seek my own opportunities. Otherwise, everything is over. Shinta Kwang clenched his fists tightly and swore in his heart. Ever since they learned that the Shinta family clan and Shangguan family clan had been annihilated by a mysterious expert in the Purple Gold Palace, Shinta Kwang and Shangguan Yuantong's personalities had changed greatly. They had become even more gloomy and terrifying. If they were unable to get into the top 3 and enter the true spirit realm, without the support of their families, it would be extremely difficult for them to become a Sky Fire Marshal House disciple. Therefore, this assessment was their only chance. Senior Brother Lin Fuxin is here. What a powerful pressure. It seems that the person who can shake Senior Sister Fu Yue's throne is none other than Senior Brother Lin. Just as the disciples were discussing who was stronger between Shinta Kwang and Shangguan Yuantong, a man who was stronger than Shinta Kwang and had a more terrifying aura appeared. He gave off an unruly feeling. This man was Lin Fuxin, who had broken the waterfall with one palm and occupied the 2nd place of the Sky Fire Marshal House for many years. Lin Fuxin walked with heavy steps to the arena. He was not affected by the heated atmosphere. He sat on the cold ground and silently adjusted his breathing, waiting for the battle to begin. What a strong killing intent. Lin Fuxin had just adjusted her breathing for half a minute when a strong murderous intent appeared in the arena. Feeling this strong murderous intent, Lin Fuxin immediately opened her eyes and saw Fu Yue, who was wearing a tight black outfit and had a hot figure and an expressionless face, appear. How did Fu Yue become so strong? In order to defeat Fu Yue, Lin Fuxin had been cultivating bitterly for the past year. She had cultivated the limitless Sans Ho to the 8th level and was only 1 step away from mastery. However, when he felt the murderous intent emanating from Fu Yue's body, the confidence in his heart was shaken. He felt that Fu Yue was a lethal weapon that no one dared to make an enemy out of. As expected of a genius who single-handedly annihilated a first-rank sect. Judging from the murderous aura emanating from Fu Yue's body, I'm afraid that more than 1,000 people have died at his hands. Elder Liu, who was sitting in the main spectator stand, saw Fu Yue enter the battle arena and instantly become the center of attention. He could not help but sigh with emotion. To complete the 1,000 slaughter, this Fu Yue is definitely the #1 genius in our Sky Fire Marshal House. There is no doubt that she will be #1 in the final assessment. Deputy Mansion Master Hu Lingfeng praised. That might not be the case. Perhaps there is someone who can shake Fu Yue's #1 position in the final assessment. Qian Daobai, who had been silent all this while, whispered as he cast his deep gaze into the distance. Mansion Master, the variable you're talking about is Yi Chenfeng, right? Elder Lu knew that Qian Daobai had high hopes for Yi Chenfeng, so he followed up. That's right. That Yi Chenfeng is the biggest variable in the final assessment. I just don't know if he can make it back in time. Qian Daobai nodded and whispered. For some reason, Qian Daobai had a feeling that the death of the Dark Radiant sect, the annihilation of the Shun Tu family clan, Shangguan family clan, and the Jiang family had something to do with Yi Chenfeng. Lingfeng, this year's final assessment will be presided over by you. Qian Daobai sighed softly in his heart when he saw that the top 30 disciples of the Sky Fire Marshal roll other than Yi Qinfeng had all arrived. "All right." Hua Lingfeng nodded and slowly stood up. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Everyone quiet down. This assessment will be the same as before. There will be 3 groups. Every match will be a direct elimination system. The opponents will be decided by the elders' drawing of lots. Only the disciples who in every match will be able to stand out from their groups and enter the finals. As for the top 3, our Sky Fire Martial House has prepared generous rewards for them. There will be 3 different quality spirit-ranked soul elixirs. Other than the spirit-ranked soul elixirs, the top 3 of the Sky Fire Martial House can also represent our Sky Fire Martial House and enter the true spirit mystic realm to seek out great opportunities and supreme inheritances. All right, I now announce that the Sky Fire Martial House's final assessment has begun. As the competition began, the entire arena's atmosphere became unprecedentedly lively. Disciples of the Martial House were looking forward to the intense competition that was about to begin. In order to increase the fairness of the competition, the top 3 of the Sky Fire Martial ranking were seeded contestants of the 3 groups. The remaining contestants were divided into 3 groups by drawing lots. After drawing lots, Yi Qinfeng was divided into 3 groups. He was in the same group as Xinta Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong. His first opponent was Shangguan Qi, who was ranked 6th on the Sky Fire Martial ranking. He was also recognized as the 3rd strongest in this group. Knowing that they were in the same group as Yi Qinfeng, Xinta Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong's faces became extremely ugly. Fortunately, Yi Qinfeng had not appeared yet. If he still did not appear when it was his turn, he would be eliminated. First round, Shangguan Yuantong against Zhou Lingqing, Feng Yunxue against Huang Kongming, Lin Kezhu against Wu Ruinyu. After the drawing of lots, Hua Lingfeng immediately announced the 2 contestants. However, Shangguan Yuantong, Feng Yunxue, and Lin Kezhu were all in the top 10 of the Sky Fire Martial ranking. Their strengths were far superior to their opponents. Therefore, there was no suspense in the first round. When the match began, Lin Kezhu, who was wearing red armor and had a hot figure, held a fire crystal saber in her hand. She completely suppressed her opponent. Fire Shadow Saber Mountain. Her attack completely suppressed Wu Ruinyu. Lin Kezhu's body exploded with a powerful force. The terrifying saber light turned into a saber mountain. With one saber strike, Wu Ruinyu was sent flying out of the stage and lost the match. Lin Kezhu defeated her opponent with absolute strength. Shangguan Yuantong was stronger than her. Feng Yunxue had also finished her battle early and obtained an overwhelming advantage. Second round, Fang Shanxue against Li Jiqing, Lin Fuxin against Wu Guanyun, Shangguan Qi against Yi Qinfeng. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's name, the disciples in the stands looked for traces of him. However, they discovered that Yi Qinfeng, the most famous person in the Sky Fire Martial House last year, had not appeared. Discussions immediately broke out. "Yi Qinfeng, it's already so late. Why aren't you back yet? Could it be that you're in trouble?" Qian Daobai's brows were tightly knitted together. He began to worry for Yi Qinfeng. On the other hand, Xinta Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong revealed faint smiles. Without Yi Qinfeng, one of them would definitely stand out in the 3rd group and obtain the qualification to enter the true spirit secret realm. Fire Martial House Lord, that Yi Qinfeng still doesn't dare to appear. Can we disqualify him? Shangguan Qi, who was holding a 9-foot 9-inch long spear, asked with a mocking expression. "Martial House Lord, what do you think?" Hua Lingfeng looked at Qian Daobai, who was frowning, and asked for his opinion. "Treat everyone equally. We can't wait endlessly. Announce it." Qian Daobai sighed softly. Chapter 117. What a fast speed! Just as Qian Daobai finished his words, an ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. In the next moment, an afterimage that was too fast for the eyes to take in swept across the sky and smashed onto the stage like a meteorite. It forcefully cracked the hard stage and caused Shangguan-Chi's blood to churn as he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. "My apologies, Martial Manor Lord. I am late." Yi Qinfeng looked at Shangguan-Chi, whose expression was extremely ugly, and his voice was like thunder. His powerful aura made Qian Daobai's eyes light up. "Grade 3 Earth, Beast General. This Yi Qinfeng has broken through to a Grade 3 Earth, Beast General in just a year." After sensing Yi Qinfeng's strength, Qian Daobai revealed a look of deep surprise. Although he had high expectations for Yi Qinfeng, he realized that he had still underestimated Yi Qinfeng after seeing his true strength. At this moment, the noisy spectator stand turned quiet as pairs of astonished gazes were directed at the tall and straight figure of Yi Qinfeng, who was emitting a sharp aura. The discussions and doubts that were directed at him earlier had all disappeared. Just the sharp aura that was emitted from Yi Qinfeng's body had conquered all the disciples of the martial house. Yi Qinfeng. Lin Fuxin, who was waiting for the match to start, glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who had a steady aura, and sensed a strong sense of danger from him. Even the aloof Fu Yuyue, who was below the stage, took another glance at Yi Qinfeng. "Yi Qinfeng, I can't help but admire your luck. You actually managed to rush back at the last moment." Due to the difference in strength, Shangguan-Chi didn't sense Yi Qinfeng's true strength. He held his spear with one hand and pointed it at Yi Qinfeng. He said in a provocative tone, "But even if you rush back, it is useless. You are destined to be the loser." Ignorant, Yi Qinfeng looked at Shangguan-Chi, who was pointing the spear at him, without any change in expression. Let the match begin. Looking at the 6 people who were at daggers drawn, Hu Lingfeng smiled and announced loudly. Yi Qinfeng let out a loud roar, and a rhinoceros phantom appeared on his body. He suddenly stomped his right foot, and the arm that was holding the long spear tightly emitted an endless amount of soul light. He thrust the spear out, and it brought along a sharp edge as it directly pierced towards Yi Qinfeng's chest. Black serpent spiral. The moment the long spear pierced forward, Yi Qinfeng's palm suddenly shook. The tip of the spear spat out a spear light that was like a revolving black snake, shrouding Yi Qinfeng's body, making it impossible for him to defend himself. Black snake transformation. Senior Brother Shangguan actually cultivated the high-grade spirit rank soul skill, Black Snake Spear art, to the large success stage, as expected of an expert ranked 6th on the Heavenly Fire Marshal ranking. Looking at Shangguan-Chi's soul skill, Yi Qinfeng stood still. Seeing that the black snake-like spear light was about to pierce his chest, Yi Qinfeng raised 2 fingers at lightning speed and stabbed the black, snake-like spear light. Qi. The spear light, condensed by the high-grade spirit skill, Black Snake Spear art, was pierced by Yi Qinfeng's fingers, which were filled with close to 50,000 kilograms of strength. Immediately after, his 2 fingers clamped down on the spear tip, causing it to be unable to move forward. A strong, rebounding force formed on the surface of the long spear, shaking Shangguan-Chi's arm until it went numb, and he almost couldn't hold the long spear in his hand. Witnessing the scene before them, the entire arena was in an uproar. So strong, this Yi Qinfeng strength is indeed as strong as the legends say. Using 2 fingers to break the large success stage Black Snake Spear art, is this something a human can do? Just as the disciples were shocked by Yi Qinfeng's astonishing strength, a terrifying power erupted from Yi Qinfeng's body, and he blasted a punch toward Shangguan-Chi, who had turned pale with fright. Yi Qinfeng's punch seemed simple and unadorned, but it gave Shangguan-Chi a suffocating feeling. Beast soul armor. Feeling the terror of Yi Qinfeng's punch, Shangguan-Chi hurriedly condensed a soul armor to protect his body. He placed the trembling long spear horizontally in front of his chest to block Yi Qinfeng's punch. Bang! Yi Qinfeng's punch, which was filled with 50,000 kilograms of strength, landed on the long spear shaft. Together with the spear shaft, it ruthlessly smashed into Shangguan Qi's chest, shattering the soul armor condensed by his spiritual beast, the rhinoceros. The punch sent him flying out of the arena, leaving behind a cloud of blood in midair. Strong, too strong. Shangguan Qi, who is ranked 6th on the Heavenly Fire martial roll, was actually defeated by Yi Qinfeng with a single punch. Witnessing the scene before them, the ring-shaped spectator stand became noisy. They had never expected such an outcome. Yi Qinfeng, you are not bad. I hope you won't lose to Shintaquang. That way, I can fight to my heart's content with you. After defeating her opponent with an overwhelming advantage, Lin Fuxin looked at Yi Qinfeng with high fighting spirit and transmitted her voice to him. As you wish. Yi Qinfeng looked at Lin Fuxin, whose eyes were filled with fighting spirit but had no ill intentions, and replied with a voice transmission. Under the awe-inspiring gazes, he leaped down from the arena. Yi Qinfeng. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's back, Fu Yuiwei, who had a hot figure and a charming appearance, but was emitting a strong killing intent, similarly had a strong fighting spirit in her deep eyes. Good, very good. It seems that Yi Qinfeng has had a fortuitous encounter in this past year. He is indeed a person with great luck. Qian Daobai was very satisfied with Yi Qinfeng's performance and nodded as he spoke. After the second round of the competition ended, the third round of the competition immediately began. The results of the competition were not unexpected. Shintaquang and the others obtained an overwhelming victory over their respective opponents. Senior Sister Fu Yuiwei is going on stage. I can finally see Senior Sister Fu in action. I heard that the most difficult mission in the mission tower was taken by Senior Sister Fu. In just 3 days, Senior Sister Fu completed the mission and killed 3 level 5 Earth Beast Generals of the Black Mountain sect. When the fourth round of the competition began, Fu Yuiwei, who was dressed in tight black clothes and had a hot figure, with an overflowing killing intent, lightly tapped her toes and crossed a distance of tens of meters to land on the arena. It's her. So she is Fu Yuiwei. Yi Qinfeng finally knew who the woman he had met in the gravity cave was when he heard the words of adoration in his ears. I admit defeat. Just as the disciples were waiting for Fu Yuiwei to make her move, the martial house disciple she was fighting could not withstand the killing intent emitted from her body. He bit his lips and admitted defeat on the spot. Fu Yuiwei glanced at the pale martial house disciple with beads of sweat on his forehead. She shook her head and leaped down from the spectator stand. She returned to her seat and continued to meditate with her eyes closed. The competition continued intensely. The elimination rounds in the morning quickly passed. After the morning competition, 15 disciples were eliminated. The remaining disciples rested for the afternoon competition. As the seeded contestants in the third group were too strong, with Qian Daobai's approval, Fu Yuiwei, Lin Fuxin, and Shintaquang were given a bye in the second round. Yi Qinfeng and the rest of the 12 would draw lots for the afternoon competition. After the lots were drawn, Yi Qinfeng's opponent in the second round was a youth named Ling Tong. He was a level 1 Earth Beast General and was ranked 13th on the Heavenly Flame martial roll. Qingfeng, do your best. Lin Kazhu came to Yi Qinfeng's side and softly cheered him on. You too. Chapter 118. Yi Qinfeng, your attack power is very strong, but my defense is not weak either. If you want to beat me, I'm afraid you'll have to show me some of your true abilities. Commander Ling, who was holding a high-grade spirit tool dark gold staff, looked at Yi Qinfeng with high spirits as he spoke in a deep voice. His aura was calm and steady. Then I'll have to experience your defensive abilities. Yi Qinfeng replied indifferently, his face neither happy nor sad. Wind dance staff formation. When the match started, Ling Tong, who knew that his strength was far inferior to Yi Qinfeng's, quickly waved the staff in his hand. A large number of staff shadows shot out, interweaving into an impenetrable staff formation with astonishing defensive power. This wind dance staff formation is worthy of being the Sky Fire Martial House's #1 defensive soul skill. Its defensive power is too terrifying. Seeing Ling Tong surrounded by countless staff shadows, the disciples in the stands began to discuss spiritedly. They were all looking forward to seeing how Yi Qinfeng would break through the wind dance staff formation and defeat Ling Tong. Blood Serpent Seal. Looking at the impenetrable wind dance staff formation, Yi Qinfeng's hands quickly twisted. Rolling strength and soul power quickly condensed into a small blood serpent, carrying a strong bloody light as it rushed towards Ling Tong. Blood Serpent Seal, senior brother Yi actually used the mid-grade spirit skill Blood Serpent Seal to attack the wind dance staff formation. Doesn't he know that the wind dance staff formation is the Sky Fire Martial House's #1 defensive soul skill? How can a mere mid-grade spirit skill contend against it? Witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng using the Blood Serpent Seal to attack, the Martial House disciples who were watching this match began to discuss amongst themselves. Even several Martial House elders shook their heads. They all felt that Yi Qinfeng was a little too arrogant. Yi Qinfeng, you dare to humiliate me! Ling Tong's face sank, his eyes spewing flames of anger. He increased the power of the wind dance staff formation, wanting to destroy Yi Qinfeng's Blood Serpent Seal and give him a warning. Just when everyone thought that Yi Qinfeng's move would fail, Yi Qinfeng's Blood Serpent Seal landed on the wind dance rod array. In the next moment, a deafening cracking sound came from the staff formation. The wind dance staff formation could not withstand the Blood Serpent Seal's attack at all. A large number of staff images were shattered and destroyed by the Blood Serpent Seal's attack. The attack landed on Ling Tong's body. Pooh! Ling Tong raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with a broken string, his body drew an arc in the air and fell out of the arena. He lost the match. How could this be? When did the Blood Serpent Seal's attack power become so terrifying? Witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng using the Blood Serpent Seal, breaking through the wind dance staff array, and defeating Ling Tong, the Martial House disciples in the stands widened their eyes and mouths in disbelief. It could be said that what had just happened was completely beyond the scope of their understanding. Martial House Master, did Yi Qinfeng use the Blood Serpent Seal just now? Vice Martial House Master, Hua Lingfeng asked in puzzlement. Without a doubt, it's the Blood Serpent Seal. However, Yi Qinfeng modified the Blood Serpent Seal and infused his own power into it, thus increasing its attack power and breaking the wind dance staff formation in one fell swoop. Qian Daobai, who had seen a lot, said, infusing his own strength into the Blood Serpent Seal? How much strength does he need to increase the Blood Serpent Seal's power to such an extent? Hua Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, at least 100,000 Jin. Otherwise the Blood Serpent Seal would not be able to break through the wind dance staff array. Gandaobai said, 100,000 Jin of strength. Could it be that Yi Qinfeng has the blood of a divine beast flowing in his body? Hua Lingfeng and the others guessed in shock. This was because an ordinary third-grade beast general had a strength of 40,000 Jin, which was already very frightening. However, Yi Qinfeng's physical strength was more than twice that of an ordinary third-grade beast general. All right, let's stop guessing Yi Qinfeng's secret. Let's continue watching the competition. No matter how much Yi Qinfeng grows in the future, he will always be a disciple of our Sky Fire Martial House. Gandaobai said proudly. Yi Qinfeng defeated Ling Tong in one move. Shangguan Yuantong also easily defeated his opponent and entered the final group round-robin stage. As for the disciples who entered the final round-robin stage, there was no suspense, other than the 6th-ranked Shangguan Qi, who was defeated by Yi Qinfeng in one punch. The other 9 people successfully advanced. After drawing lots, Yi Qinfeng was lucky enough to draw by allowing Shinta Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong to compete first. Seeing the results of the draw, Shinta Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong's faces turned extremely ugly. Obviously, they did not want Yi Qinfeng to step on their shoulders and enter the final round to obtain the qualification to enter the true spirit realm. After the 1-hour break, the competition continued. I admit defeat. When Shinta Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong jumped onto the stage, Shangguan Yuantong took a deep breath and admitted defeat in front of everyone, causing an uproar. Thank you, Brother Yuantong. I promise that as long as I enter the Skyfire sect, I will find a way to get you in. Shinta Kuang looked at Shangguan Yuantong, who was clenching his fists with a gloomy expression, and promised. I hope you remember your promise. Shangguan Yuantong nodded and said, Despicable, they are colluding. Lin Kazhu said indignantly, feeling injustice for Yi Qinfeng. Losers are destined to be losers. No matter how they scheme, they will not be able to change their fate of failure. Yi Qinfeng didn't mind. He slowly stood up and leaped into the air. Like a sharp sword, he leaped onto the stage. The second match was between Yi Qinfeng and Shangguan Yuantong. Seeing Yi Qinfeng jump onto the stage, Shinta Kuang looked at him coldly and turned to leave. Shinta Kuang, where are you going? At this moment, Yi Qinfeng suddenly called out to him and asked in a low voice, What? You want to challenge both of us at the same time? Shinta Kuang turned around slightly and looked at Yi Qinfeng with a provocative gaze as he deliberately asked, Yes, to save time. Both of you can come at me together. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said indifferently, Yi Qinfeng, you really want to challenge both of them at the same time? You should know that you only have one chance to compete. If you fail, you will lose the qualifications to enter the true spirit realm. Hua Lingfeng frowned and reminded him kindly, Yes, I have thought about it. I want to challenge both of them at the same time. Yi Qinfeng nodded and replied, We have no objections. Shinta Kuang was afraid that Yi Qinfeng would regret his decision and quickly said, All right then, since both of you have made up your minds, then this round of competition will be Yi Qinfeng against Shinta Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong. Hua Lingfeng announced loudly, Yi Qinfeng, you are courting death. Shinta Kuang revealed a sinister smile as he muttered in his heart. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's terrifying attack power, Shinta Kuang originally did not have the confidence to defeat him. However, he never expected that things would take a turn for the better. Yi Qinfeng actually agreed to challenge both him and Shangguan Yuantong at the same time. This gave Shinta Kuang hope of victory, and the battle intent in his body grew stronger and stronger. And Yi Qinfeng's 1-against-2, challenging the 3rd and 4th experts of the Heaven Fire Martial ranking, ignited the entire martial arena, causing the atmosphere to reach its peak. However, even more people did not think highly of him. After all, Shinta Kuang and Shinta Yi were both level 3 Earth Beast Generals. If the two of them joined forces, even Lin Fuxin would be defeated. What an interesting kid. On the other martial arena, Lin Fuxin glanced at the imposing Yi Qinfeng from the corner of his eyes filled with battle intent. Begin. Chapter 119. Ao. Li, a black ape and a green eagle appeared behind Shinta Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong. Soul power surged out from their bodies like raging waves. Wind Cry Sword, Shangguan Yuantong shouted. The high-grade spirit tool Wind Cry Sword let out an ear-piercing sword cry as it flew out of his Qingquan bag. Under Shangguan Yuantong's control, it interweaved into streaks of fast sword rays that pierced towards Yi Qinfeng. What a fast sword! Senior Brother Yuantong is indeed worthy of the title of soul-shaking sword. Ling Tian 12 spears. At the same time Shangguan Yuantong used his fast sword to attack, Shinta Kuang soared into the sky. The high-grade spirit tool green-edge spear in his hand twisted like a snake. Streaks of sharp spear rays pierced through the air and enveloped Yi Qinfeng. Facing a pincer attack, Yi Qinfeng's calm face did not have any change in expression. His body flashed as he rushed towards Shangguan Yuantong's sword. Qi! Yi Qinfeng's body was pierced by the streaks of sword rays that were close to the speed of light. Following that, he was incinerated by the spear rays that descended from the sky. It's over? Seeing Yi Qinfeng being engulfed by the streaks of sword rays and spear rays, Shintakuang and Shangguan Yuantong revealed a trace of astonishment. They were astonished that the battle had ended so easily. No, that was just an afterimage. Suddenly, Shangguan Yuantong felt an intense sense of danger behind him. His heart jumped, and he instinctively wanted to dodge. Shangguan Yuantong's reaction could be said to be extremely fast, but Yi Qinfeng's speed was even faster. His right hand, which was filled with tens of thousands of gene of strength, grabbed Shangguan Yuantong's shoulder. In the next moment, a powerful force erupted from his body, like a volcano, instantly shattering Shangguan Yuantong's soul power. Like pulling out a radish, Shangguan Yuantong's entire body was forcefully pulled out. With a bang, he fell to the ground. What? How did senior brother Yi do it? How could he pass through such a fast sword ray and dodge to senior brother Shangguan's back? Are you stupid? Senior brother Yi dared to fight 1 against 2, so he naturally has something to rely on. Moreover, didn't you see that senior brother Yi still hasn't used his sword until now? As soon as this thin disciple spoke, everyone noticed that from the beginning until the end, Yi Qinfeng had been fighting with his bare hands, and he hadn't executed any unfathomable sword techniques. 12 spears of Ling Tian, overturning rivers and seas. The spear in Shintakuang's hand pierced through the air. The sharp spear light was like a rolling wave as it surged towards Yi Qinfeng. Shangguan Yuantong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly got up from the ground. He kept increasing his soul power and slashed out one sword shadow after another. In order to limit Yi Qinfeng's speed, Shangguan Yuantong increased the speed of his sword to the maximum. The dense sword shadows were too much for the eyes to take in. Seeing the flickering spear light and sword shadows in front of him, Yi Qinfeng's body flashed slightly as he rushed forward again. Seeing that the spear light and sword shadows were about to pierce Yi Qinfeng's body, a silver light flashed under his feet as he used form displacement phantom. In an instant, 3 afterimages appeared and swept past the 2's fierce attacks, closing in on them. What? How is this possible? Seeing Yi Qinfeng rely on speed to pass through the spear light and sword shadows, Shintakuang and Shangguan Yuantong's hearts were in turmoil. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Before they could react, Yi Qinfeng's fist, which was filled with 100,000 kilograms of strength, smashed into their chests. Although they instinctively formed their soul armors to defend themselves, they were still unable to block the 100,000 kilograms of strength that burst forth from Yi Qinfeng's fist. Kacha! 2 sounds rang out. Shintakuang's and Shangguan Yuantong's soul armor shattered. The extremely destructive power surged into their bodies, causing them to spit out large amounts of blood. Their bodies uncontrollably retreated, almost falling to the ground. You, how did you do it? Shangguan Yuantong couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng had actually used the most direct method to pass through his fastest attack. This greatly damaged his confidence. Your attack speed is really too slow. Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a proud smile as he said indifferently, Yi Qinfeng, don't be arrogant. Victory will definitely belong to us. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's unfathomable speed, Shintakuang knew that he had to use his final trump card. Otherwise, he and Shangguan Yuantong would have no chance. Black Ape Berserk. Shintakuang took a deep breath, suppressing the surging blood in his heart. He forcefully used the innate ability of his spiritual beast, the Black Ape. His entire body continued to expand as waves of berserk energy were emitted from his body. In an instant, Shintakuang reached the peak of a 3rd-rank Earth Beast General. His terrifying aura was close to that of a fourth-rank Earth beast general. The black ape is indeed worthy of being a high-rank spiritual beast. This innate ability is too terrifying. Feeling the berserk energy emitted from Shintu Kuang's body, Hua Lingfeng praised. Shintu Kuang is not bad, but it's a pity that his opponent, Yi Qinfeng, is even more outstanding. Yi Qinfeng is basically going to win this match. Qian Daobai's eyes shot out rays of light as he said indifferently, "That's right. Yi Qinfeng's strongest isn't his fist, but his sword. Having comprehended sword force, he's extremely terrifying. I just don't know if Shintu Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong can force Yi Qinfeng to use his sword." Elder Lu nodded and agreed. Ling Tian 12 spears. First spear, cleaving dust. After using his berserk ability, Shintu Kuang, whose strength had reached the peak, roared. The spear in his hand turned into a stream of light, stirring the air as it pierced towards Yi Qinfeng. The azure-edged spear streaked through the air, producing an ear-piercing sound of friction. A clear spear mark lingered in the air for a long time. Soul-shattering finger. Feeling the sharp attack of Shintu Kuang's spear, Yi Qinfeng poured 100,000 jin of strength and a strand of profound cold spirit water's cold qi into his finger. With the point of his finger, ripples appeared in the air. Qi. When Yi Qinfeng's finger and the azure-edged spear came into contact, the two powerful forces immediately exploded. Although first spear cleaving dust was the most terrifying killing move of the Ling Tian 12 spears, the soul-shattering finger that had fused 100,000 jin of strength and a strand of profound cold spirit water's cold qi was even more terrifying. The terrifying finger force forcibly bent the azure-edged spear, and a powerful rebounding force continuously surged into Shintu Kuang's arm, causing his arm to crack open and bleed. Half-moon sword art. Yi Qinfeng's finger blocked the azure edge spear's attack. Shangguan Yuantong took the opportunity to use his killing move. A sharp half-moon sword image descended from the sky, chopping towards Yi Qinfeng. So, Yi Qinfeng's body slightly swayed, and in the blink of an eye he made 3 miraculous dodges, avoiding the half-moon sword art's attack. Now it's my turn to attack. Pay attention. Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up as he looked at the two with serious expressions. His body instantly turned into 3 fast afterimages, attacking Shintu Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong like a torrential rain. Although Shintu Kuang had used his berserk skill, and Shangguan Yuantong had continuously increased the speed of his sword, facing the unpredictable Yi Qinfeng, their attacks were pale and powerless. After about half an incense's time, the two's clothes were dyed red with blood. Blood continuously spurted out from their mouths, and they were unable to resist at all. More importantly, their martial hearts had been completely shattered by Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng's terror had become an insurmountable mountain in their hearts. "AI, you guys are too weak." Yi Qinfeng lightly shook his head, losing his patience. He instantly raised his physical strength to the peak, and 2 fists filled with 120,000 jin of strength shot out like 2 meteors, shattering their defenses and bombarding their chests. Pu. Chapter 120. Too strong. Senior brother Ye's strength is too strong. Senior brother Shintu, senior brother Shangguan is like a toddler in front of him. He's not a threat at all. Witnessing Yi Qinfeng's overwhelming victory over Shintu Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong, almost all the disciples present were convinced by Yi Qinfeng's strength. After defeating Shintu Kuang and Shangguan Yuantong, Yi Qinfeng successfully stood out in the third group and joined Fu Yue and Lin Fuxin in the finals. Due to the group competition, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 did not encounter any major problems. The 3 of them only needed to rest for half an hour before they completely recovered to their peak state. After drawing lots, the first match was between Fu Yue and Lin Fuxin. The second match was between Lin Fuxin and Yi Qinfeng, and the third match was between Yi Qinfeng and Fu Yue. although the results of the draw were somewhat unfavorable to Yi Qinfeng, as he needed to continuously fight against the two top geniuses, Lin Fuxin and Fu Yue. However, Yi Qinfeng was not affected at all. Silent, he sat on the sidelines and watched the match between Fu Yue and Lin Fuxin. Fu Yue, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Lin Fuxin looked at the sexy and expressionless Fu Yue with a burning gaze. The battle intent in his body became stronger and stronger. Lin Fuxin, you're not my opponent. I only need one slash to deal with you. Fu Yue took out the upper-grade spirit weapon, Blood Moon Blade, from her Heaven-Earth pouch. She gently stroked the blood-red blade and said indifferently, "One slash." Lin Fuxin smiled arrogantly and said, "Then I'll see how you defeat me with one slash." Brute Elephant, fuse. When the match began, Lin Fuxin's body fused with his spiritual beast, Brute Elephant. The muscles in his body instantly swelled, and his strength rose steadily. Facing Fu Yue, who had astonishing attack power, Lin Fuxin did not choose to defend. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. Billowing soul power merged into his palms. 8th level of Limitless Sans Ho, Limitless Sky Splitting. A piercing roar came from Lin Fuxin's mouth. When he raised his power to its peak, he launched his strongest attack at Fu Yue. A gigantic palm imprint, filled with destructive power, as if it wanted to pierce through the sky, pressed towards the motionless Fu Yue. 7th level of the Void-Shattering Saber Technique, Mountain and River Break. Fu Yue's eyes narrowed. Her hot body and the Blood Moon Blade in her hand merged into a special path. He slashed down, and the sharp light of the blade carried a power that made people despair. It slashed towards Lin Fuxin's Wuji, sky-breaking palm light. Chi! The sound of cloth being torn rang out. Lin Fuxin's boundless sky splitter was like tofu as it was cut by Fu Yue's blade. The destructive power of the blade did not slow down as it struck Lin Fuxin's body. The blade broke through his body's defense and sent him flying. A large amount of blood flowed out from his chest. When Lin Fuxin, who was injured in the chest, wanted to get up quickly, Fu Yue's cold Blood Moon Blade was placed on his neck. She said without a trace of emotion, "Lin Fuxin, you lost." I admit defeat. After a year of hard work, Lin Fuxin's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He thought that even if he could not defeat Fu Yue, he could at least put up a fight. However, after the fight, he realized that Fu Yue's growth was faster than his. She defeated him with just one move, which made his self-confidence suffer a huge blow. Blade Force. Fu Yue has comprehended Blade Force. Feeling the destructive power of Fu Yue's blade, Qian Daobai and the others who were sitting on the main stand were slightly moved. Blade Force was the same as Sword Force. It was something that swordsmen and swordsmen dreamed of. It could be said that swordsmen and swordsmen who comprehended Blade Force or Sword Force would have unlimited potential in the future. I wonder if Fu Yue's Blade Force or Yi Qinfeng's Sword Force is stronger. When Yi Qinfeng fought with Xintahang, he had exposed his sword force. Therefore, after witnessing the scene of Fu Yue comprehending Blade Force, Elder Lu and the others could not help but look forward to the fight between the two. Fu Yue's attack just now was controlled very well and did not injure Lin Fuxin's body. Therefore, Lin Fuxin used an 8th grade pill to rest and recover in the time it took for 3 sticks of incense to burn. She had basically recovered from her injuries. Changfeng, be careful. Although Lin Fuxin lost to Fu Yue in one move, you must not underestimate his strength. He is very scary. Lin Kazhu, who lost to Lin Fuxin and was eliminated, reminded him softly. I will be careful. Yi Qinfeng nodded. His body flashed slightly and appeared in the middle of the battle arena. He looked at Lin Fuxin, who had recovered from her injuries, and was breathing heavily. Yi Qinfeng, in fact, you are the person I am looking forward to fighting the most. Let's compete in strength and see who is stronger. Lin Fuxin quickly walked out of the shadow of defeat and looked at Yi Qinfeng with high fighting spirit. All right, let's compete in strength. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and agreed without hesitation. Haha, great. You are really to my liking. Lin Fuxin laughed loudly. The elephant phantom appeared on his body again and increased his strength. With the perfect integration of Lin Fuxin's spirit beast, Yi Qinfeng's muscles vibrated and blue veins popped out like earthworms. A strong sense of oppression swept toward Yi Qinfeng. Lin Fuxin has integrated with his spirit beast, brute elephant. His physical strength is probably close to 90,000 pounds. Feeling the burst of oppression from Lin Fuxin's body, Yi Qinfeng vaguely guessed the limits of his physical body. Yi Qinfeng had never fought in a strength duel before, so he was full of anticipation for this battle. Begin. With Hua Lingfeng's order, Yi Qinfeng and Lin Fuxin moved at the same time. With a strong impact, they bombarded each other. When their fists collided, the huge impact made Lin Fuxin's body tremble slightly. However, neither of them retreated. They controlled the power in their bodies and continued to attack each other. Muffled, thunderous sounds rang out incessantly. Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuchen were like two humanoid monsters, fiercely exchanging blows. What a powerful strength! After fighting with Yi Qinfeng for the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, Lin Fuxin finally realized how terrifying Yi Qinfeng's power was. Even with his strength that was several times stronger than ordinary people, he was still not his opponent. Boom, boom! The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds. The powerful collision shook the ground under their feet and caused a lot of cracks to appear. The violent force swept in all directions, making the disciples of the martial house in the stands tremble with fear. Is this the strength of a human? I guess even a spirit beast is not as strong as them. The disciples of the martial house exclaimed, Yi Qinfeng, take my strongest move. Everlasting sky break. Lin Fuxin's blood and qi churned in her body. Her breathing quickened as she roared. She pushed her strength to the limit and formed a huge grayish-brown handprint. With a powerful destructive force, she attacked Yi Qinfeng. Cloud break palm. Feeling that Lin Fuxin's everlasting sky break had exceeded his strength limit, Yi Qinfeng did not dare to be careless and immediately counterattacked with a cloud break palm. The 2 palm prints bombarded together, and the explosive force was earth-shattering. A bright halo of energy spread out in all directions. In the dazzling halo of energy, a figure who lost control of his body slashed through the halo and fell out of the arena, losing the match. Chapter 121. He won. Senior brother Yi defeated senior brother Lin. Seeing Lin Fuxin fall out of the arena, covered in blood, and unable to get up for a long time, the entire arena became noisy. Do you guys think the champion will be senior sister Fu or senior brother Lin? Many people started to compare Yi Qinfeng and Fu Yue. Senior sister Fu should be more powerful. After all, senior sister Fu killed 3 Class 5 Earth Beast Generals single-handedly and defeated senior brother Lin with a single slash. I also think that senior sister Fu is powerful. Senior brother Yi doesn't have a high chance of winning. Although Yi Qinfeng had defeated all his opponents and had a strong performance, Fu You's performance was even more heaven-defying. Almost no one could withstand a single slash from her. Therefore, more people were optimistic about Fu Yue and thought that she would be the champion. What a terrifying soul skill! The palm print that Yi Qinfeng used just now. Could it be a high-ranked Earth-class soul skill? Thinking back to the scene where Yi Qinfeng sent Lin Fuxin flying with a single palm, Qian Daobai revealed an extremely shocked expression. He had a feeling that Yi Qinfeng's collapsing palm might be stronger than his. Yi Qinfeng, how long do you need to rest? Do you need to continue the final battle with Fu Yue tomorrow? During the fair period, Qian Daobai slowly stood up from his seat and asked in a deep voice, "No need. Give me 5 minutes to recover." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, although Yi Qinfeng's battle with Lin Fuxin seemed intense, his physical recovery ability was extremely terrifying as he had cultivated his 6th Meridian Divine Shield to the 3rd level. 5 minutes was enough for him to recover his exhausted energy and adjust his body to its peak state. Good. In that case, I will give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to recover. After that, we will begin the final battle. Qian Daobai looked at Yi Qinfeng with a deep gaze, nodded, and announced, "1 incense stick of time." When Fu Yueyue heard that Yi Qinfeng only needed 30 minutes to recover, a trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. She glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the martial stage, adjusting his breathing to recover. She closed her eyes again, waiting for the arrival of the final battle. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed by quickly. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yi Qinfeng completely recovered his physical strength. He slowly stood up and said, "Manor Lord, I have completely recovered. I can begin the competition." Buzz. As soon as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, Fu Yueyue, who was sitting cross-legged on the spectator's stand, opened her eyes. Her body suddenly leaped up like a saber, streaking across the sky and landing on the battle arena. Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up when he felt the powerful blade aura emanating from Fu Yueyue's body. The sword aura in his body gushed out uncontrollably and collided with Fu Yueyue's blade aura. Rumble. When the sword aura and blade aura collided, it immediately set off a monstrous wave in the air. The powerful aura made many of the martial house disciples in the spectators' stand feel suffocated. Sword aura. Senior brother, Yi has actually comprehended sword aura. How did he cultivate? Lin Fuxin, who had lost to Yi Qinfeng, was seriously injured. He rubbed his red and swollen chest and muttered to himself, "Abnormal. This Yi Qinfeng is indeed the same as Fu Yueyue. They are both abnormal." At this moment, he was completely convinced by Yi Qinfeng's strength. He wholeheartedly accepted his loss. "Yi Qinfeng, you are not bad. Your growth speed has exceeded my expectations. I hope that you will not disappoint me when we fight later." Fu Yueyue opened her moist mouth slightly and said coldly when she sensed that her blade aura was unable to do anything to Yi Qinfeng's sword aura, "Don't worry, you will be satisfied." Yi Qinfeng looked at Fu Yueyue's cold face and replied indifferently. The coiling dragon-heavy sword, which weighed 3,000 jin, appeared in his hand. The sharp sword aura continued to rise. "Begin." With Qian Daobai's command, the final battle began. Boom! The blade aura in Fu Yueyue's body was completely released. She had yet to draw her blade, but it gave off a domineering aura. The terrifying aura was enough to shatter one's courage. Swoosh! The earth-shattering blade aura attacked. Yi Qinfeng immediately drew his sword. A glaring sword ray swept across the sky. It tore apart the blade aura and attacked Fu Yueyue. Break! Fu Yueyue's pupils shrank. The blood moon blade in her hand slashed out. The terrifying blade ray shattered Yi Qinfeng's sword ray. So strong, this Fu Yueyue is indeed the #1 genius of the Sky Fire Martial House. Her attack power is probably the same as mine, surpassing a 6th grade Earth Beast General. After witnessing the power of Fu Yueyue's blade, Yi Qinfeng also had a competitive spirit. However, he did not want to reveal his 2 trump cards, the profound Frost Spirit Water and the Extermination Sword Art. He constantly urged his sword aura to attack. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with blade rays and sword shadows. Boundless energy swept across the surroundings. The arena, which was made of special materials, was trembling violently. Sky-breaking blade art, mountain, and river break. The blade aura was unable to suppress Yi Qinfeng. Fu Yue's slender legs suddenly exerted strength. Her graceful body swept across the sky. A ferocious and overbearing blade ray slashed through the void towards Yi Qinfeng. 120,000 gene of strength explode. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. All the strength in his body exploded and poured into the coiling dragon heavy sword. He activated the 9 great offensive array patterns in the heavy sword and slashed out. Boom! The blade rays and sword shadows collided. The sky was filled with sword chi and blade rays that flew in all directions. The sturdy arena was riddled with holes. The terrifying attack deeply shocked the hearts of the martial house disciples in the spectator stands. How is this possible? How can that little bastard be so strong? Shinta was deeply shocked by Yi Qinfeng's astonishing strength. He revealed a complicated expression of despair, unwillingness, and helplessness. With the strength that Yi Qinfeng had displayed, he knew that he would never be able to surpass him in this lifetime. Sky-breaking blade art, splitting heaven and earth. The moment Fu Yue landed on the arena, her entire body fused with the blood moon blade. She slashed out the 8th move of the sky-breaking blade art at Yi Qinfeng. The scarlet-red blade ray seemed to fuse with endless flames as it tore through the air and slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Collapsing cloud palm. Feeling the terror of Fu Yue's blade, Yi Qinfeng suddenly took a step forward. All the strength in his body and soul power surged into his right palm. 3 overlapping collapsing cloud palm surged out. One palm imprinted on the scarlet-red blade ray, resisting Fu Yue's 8th move of the sky-breaking blade art. Rumble! A thunderous sound exploded. A powerful force swept through the heavens and earth, nearly shattering the arena that was filled with cracks. Dang dang! Although Yi Qinfeng's collapsing cloud palm was able to resist Fu Yue's 8th move of the sky-breaking blade art, he was still forced back 3 steps by the terrifying recoil. The blood in his body was violently tumbling. Fu Yue did not feel good either. Her cold face flushed red and her breathing became hurried. Her right hand that was holding the blood moon blade tightly had a trace of blood flowing out. Palace Lord, who do you think will have the last laugh between the two of them? Vice Palace Lord Hua Lingfeng was shaken to the core by the two's shocking strength. He had to admit that both Yi Qinfeng and Fu Yue's attack power surpassed his. I can't tell either. However, based on their current situation, the results of the competition should be revealed soon. Qian Daobai looked at Yi Qinfeng and Fu Yue with a burning gaze and said with some anticipation, Senior Sister Fu, it's my turn to attack. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the surging blood in his body. Sword Force Second Heaven gushed out from his body and soared into the sky. Sword Force Second Heaven. Chapter 122. Second Heaven of Sword Force. Yi Qinfeng actually comprehended the second heaven of Sword Force. He doesn't seem to be 17 years old yet. Hearing Fu Yue's exclamation, Qian Daobai suddenly stood up from his chair. His turbid eyes stared at Yi Qinfeng. His eyes were filled with shock. Shifting phantom shadow. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Yi Qinfeng's feet flashed with a silver light. He instantly transformed into 3 afterimages and launched a fierce attack at Fu Yue. Although Yi Qinfeng didn't use any soul skills, every sword of his was filled with the second heaven of sword force. The terrifying sword aura gradually suppressed Fu Yue's attack. The two of them fought with speed. Afterimages of speed constantly intertwined in the shattered martial arena. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Many of the weaker disciples couldn't even catch sight of their figures. The soul-stirring battle shook the hearts of all the disciples. Sky-breaking blade art, heaven and earth rend. Fu Yue's attacks were slowly suppressed by Yi Qinfeng. She took a deep breath and stomped on the ground. Amidst the crisscrossing sword light, she swept into the air and slashed out the 8th style of the sky-breaking blade art. She broke Yi Qinfeng's continuous attacks and forced him to retreat. Yi Qinfeng, you are indeed a good opponent. Although she forced Yi Qinfeng back, Fu Youyue's consumption was obvious. She knew that her chances were getting smaller. If she couldn't defeat Yi Qinfeng in one move, she would be the one to lose. You are not bad too. Yi Qinfeng panted. After exchanging blows with Fu Youyue, he had gained a lot of insights, especially the blade force that Fu Youyue executed. It deepened his understanding of sword force. Boom! Yi Qinfeng stomped on the ground. He didn't give Fu Youyue any chance to take a breather and continued to attack her. 120,000 pounds of strength erupt. With a thrust of his sword, Yi Qinfeng activated his 6th meridian divine shield. His entire body's strength exploded once again as he thrust his sword towards Fu Youyue's chest. When Fu Youyue raised her saber to counterattack and forcefully broke apart Yi Qinfeng's powerful strike, Yi Qinfeng flicked his wrist, and streaks of lightning-like sword light shot out. With an ear-piercing sound, they continuously attacked Fu Youyue's body. The 2nd heaven of sword force completely disrupted Fu Youyue's attack rhythm, quickly depleting the soul power in her body. With her attacks completely suppressed, Fu Youyue, who was continuously retreating, bit the tip of her tongue fiercely. A large green rock appeared on her body and let out a piercing whistle at Yi Qinfeng, interrupting Yi Qinfeng's attack. Azure Sky Rock Bloodline. When the azure sky Peng turned into endless bloody light and entered her body, a powerful bloodline power awakened in her body, constantly increasing her strength. Bloodline power. Fu Youyue actually has the soul beast bloodline flowing in her body. It was the first time Qian Daobai and the others saw Fu Youyue use her bloodline power, and they were little surprised by her identity. In the fighting spirit continent, not everyone had a soul beast, and those who had the soul beast bloodline power were even rarer. Generally, those who had the bloodline power came from their family bloodline inheritance. From this point of view, Fu Youyue's identity was not simple. 5th grade Beast General. Sensing that Fu Youyue had used her bloodline power to increase her strength, Yi Qinfeng could not help but reveal a trace of seriousness. Obviously, Fu Youyue's strength and trump cards were beyond his expectations, and he smelled the scent of danger. Yi Qinfeng, it's over. Heaven and earth split. Fu Youyue, whose strength had skyrocketed and soul power gushed out, roared loudly. The blood moon saber in her hand turned into a bloody light and slashed towards Yi Qinfeng with a thunderous force. After activating her bloodline power, Fu Youyue's strength and attack speed had been greatly increased. The sharp saber light left a long saber mark in the air. The moment the saber light approached, the coiling dragon-heavy sword's 9 major attack patterns were activated at the same time. Yi Qinfeng controlled the 2nd heaven of sword force and merged it with his physical strength and struck the bloody saber light. Buzz! Countless sparks sputtered out like blossoming flowers of sparks, gorgeous and hair-raising. Cloud-breaking palm. The moment the 2 attacks collided, Yi Qinfeng quickly struck out a palm. The extremely penetrating cloud-breaking palm directly pierced through the bloody saber light and struck towards Fu Youyue's chest. Swoosh! After activating her bloodline power, Fu Youyue's movement speed was greatly increased. Her body flashed slightly and turned into a green light, dodging the cloud-breaking palm attack. Annihilation sword art cloud-piercing. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank as he locked onto Fu Youyue, who had dodged to the side. A cloud-piercing sword shadow that was faster than the speed of light shot out and slashed towards Fu Youyue, whose expression changed slightly. Although the Annihilation Sword art and Cloud-Breaking Palm were both Earth-class soul skills, when Yi Qinfeng executed the Annihilation Sword art, he had merged the 2nd heaven of sword force. Therefore, The Annihilation Sword art's attack power was far superior to Cloud-breaking Palm. What a fast sword speed! Fu Yuiwei did not expect Yi Qinfeng's sword to be so fast. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of her. She had no way of dodging it. Mountain River Slash. At the critical moment, the saber force in Fu Yuiwei's body erupted like a volcano. A Milky Way-like saber light slashed towards the cloud piercing that was rapidly approaching. Ka-cha-cha! The sound of the air being torn apart could be heard. Streams of turbulent air were scattered everywhere. PFFF! Facing Yi Qinfeng's cloud-piercing head-on, Fu Yuiwei only felt her body tremble. A powerful sword qi broke through her defense and drilled into her body. It damaged her meridians, and she spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Fu Yuiwei is injured. Even after activating her Azure Sky rock bloodline, she is still not Yi Qinfeng's opponent. Hua Lingfeng looked at Fu Yuiwei, who was spitting out blood and retreating. He let out an incredulous cry. Another high-ranked, earth-ranked soul skill. Yi Qinfeng, you're really surprising me more and more. Could it be that the death of the Dark Radiant sect is related to you? Qian Daobai's eyes shot out rays of light as he stared at Yi Qinfeng. It was as if he wanted to see through him. Yi Qinfeng, I still have a move that I have not used. If you can block it, I will admit defeat in this competition. Fu Yuiwei, whose face was slightly pale, said softly as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. All right, then let's settle this in one move. Yi Qinfeng also wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. He nodded and said, Void Splitting Blade Art, 9th Style, Void Splitting Blade. Fu Yuiwei roared. Her soul power was raised to the limit. The blood moon in her hand also shone with endless blood light, illuminating the heaven and earth. With a slash, the blood-red blade light was like a blood-red dragon, splitting the heaven and earth. It slashed towards Yi Qinfeng with a force that could break the void. The terrifying blade aura made all the disciples of the martial house feel suffocated. It was as if doomsday had arrived. With this slash, Fu Yuiwei's soul power was almost depleted. She had no choice but to stab the blood moon blade into the ground to support her body. Annihilation Sword Art, Wind Shadow Slash. Looking at the blood-red blade light that slashed through the sky, Yi Qinfeng's body suddenly flashed. A half-moon sword shadow tore through the layers of air. It extended for more than 10 meters and slashed together with the blood-red blade light, forming a powerful storm. After the two attacks clashed in midair for 2 breaths, Fu Yuiwei's void splitting blade suddenly showed crisscrossing cracks. It was broken by the wind shadow slash that was filled with 2 sword auras. Pu Piu Piu. Chapter 123. Senior sister Fu has lost. Senior brother Yi has the last laugh. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, whose clothes were severely damaged and whose coiling dragon sword was stabbed into the ground to support his weak body, the disciples of the martial house revealed a look of awe. He won. Qinfeng really defeated senior sister Fu. Lin Kerzu covered her mouth tightly with her snow-white hands, trying her best not to lose her composure and cry out in alarm. However, Yi Qinfeng's unparalleled figure was deeply imprinted in the depths of her soul and could not be dispelled. Good, very good. Yi Qinfeng, you really didn't disappoint me. Yi Qinfeng being able to defeat Fu Yuiwei in the most direct way was out of Qian Daobai's expectation. After all, Fu Yuiwei had just used her bloodline power to raise her cultivation by a small realm. Other than being shocked, Qian Daobai's heart was more gratified and excited. With the strength that Yi Qinfeng and Fu Yuiwei had displayed, they were definitely not inferior to the sect's geniuses. Their chances of obtaining great opportunities in the true spirit secret realm had increased by a lot. And if Yi Qinfeng and Fu Yuiwei obtained great opportunities in the true spirit secret realm, he would also be able to benefit from it. Yi Qinfeng, Fu Yuiwei, Lin Fuxin, this is your reward. 3 spirit-level soul pills. Keep them well. Qian Daobai took out 3 white jade porcelain bottles from his cosmos bag and gave them to Yi Qinfeng and the other 2. All right, the 3 of you go back and have a good rest. Prepare well. When the true spirit secret realm is about to open, I will inform you and bring you there. Qian Daobai said, Yes, Martial House Master. After speaking, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 left the martial house under the respectful gazes of the crowd and returned to their respective residences to rest. Returning to the small courtyard built on the cliff, Yi Qinfeng immediately activated the restriction runes and covered the entire courtyard. He took out 2 mid-grade soul crystals and held them in his hand. He circulated the soul-devouring art to devour the pure soul power to heal himself. In the battle with Fu Yue, Yi Qinfeng had been severely injured, but he had also gained a lot of insights. While he was healing, he continued to integrate his insights from the battle to deepen his understanding of sword momentum. After about a day or so, Yi Qinfeng had basically recovered from his injuries. With the help of the God-Eater Brain's powerful comprehension, he fused his battle comprehension into his sword force and captured a trace of the 3rd heaven of sword force. However, every increase in sword force was a qualitative leap. It was unrealistic for Yi Qinfeng to want to comprehend the 3rd layer of sword force in a short period of time. After some contemplation, he decided to use the limited time he had to break through to the 4th layer of Earth Beast General. 3 revolutions, soul condensing pill, the highest quality of spirit grade soul pills. It's refined from 100 and 100 types of spirit herbs. After consuming it, it can form a large amount of soul power in the body and has very little pill poison. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater Brain and scanned the bottle. There were 3 elixir veins on the surface of the bottle. It was entirely green and emitted a faint fragrance. The name, grade, and effects of this elixir immediately appeared in his mind. After learning the effects of the 3 revolutions soul condensing pill, Yi Qinfeng swallowed it without hesitation. He circulated the soul-devouring art at high speed, refining and absorbing the powerful medicinal energy released by the 3 revolutions soul condensing pill to break through to the 4th layer of Earth Beast General. As the 3 revolutions soul condensing pill completely melted, waves of energy were released from Yi Qinfeng's body like a tide. However, the energy contained in the 3 revolutions soul condensing pill was not violent, and Yi Qinfeng did not feel much pain. The gentle energy flowed along the meridians in Yi Qinfeng's body, continuously circulating around his body. It fused into his meridians, flesh, and blood, increasing his soul power. Yi Qinfeng had obtained a spirit-level soul pill when he had killed the dim, radiant sect. With the help of that pill, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of Earth Beast General. Now that he had taken the even more powerful 3 revolutions soul condensing pill, his soul power had become even more vigorous, and the bottleneck of his cultivation was constantly loosening. If not for Yi Qinfeng constantly suppressing his cultivation, he would have broken through to the 4th layer of Earth Beast General long ago. Roughly a day later, Yi Qinfeng's soul power was finally overflowing. The vigorous soul power directly broke through the bottleneck, and he smoothly broke through to the next layer. 4th layer of Earth Beast General. Feeling the change in his cultivation, Yi Qinfeng opened his tightly shut eyes, a faint smile on his face. After breaking through to the next layer, Yi Qinfeng felt that a 1/3 of the 3 revolutions soul-condensing pills medicinal energy remained in his body. His breakthrough this time was the result of his overflowing soul power, and he did not need to consolidate his cultivation. Meridians fuse. Yi Qinfeng circulated his 6 meridians divine shield, slowly fusing the remaining 3 revolutions soul condensing pills medicinal energy into his meridians. He began to cultivate the 4th layer of the 6 meridians divine shield, the muscle refinement realm. However, The muscle refinement realm was more difficult to cultivate than the viscera refinement realm and required more energy. Yi Qinfeng's meridians had fused with a third of the 3 revolutions, soul, condensing, pills, medicinal energy, and there was almost no change. Sigh, looks like I have to think of other ways to cultivate the muscle refinement realm to the realm of great success. Yi Qinfeng sighed softly and dismissed the idea of cultivating the muscle refinement realm to the realm of small success. He took out the sword force manual that Xue Piaoling had left for him and continued to study it. Just as Yi Qinfeng was hiding in a small courtyard and carefully comprehending the sword force scroll, an unexpected person suddenly appeared and paid him a visit. Senior Sister Fu, are you looking for me for something? Yi Qinfeng looked at Fu Yuyue, who was wearing a long black dress, had a tall figure, a unique temperament, and an expressionless face, and asked softly. From the aura that Fu Yoyue's body inadvertently leaked out, she had also broken through to the realm of a 5th-grade Earth Beast General. I want to spar with you. Fu Yuyue looked at Yi Qinfeng's chiseled face, which was very pleasing to the eye. She slightly opened her rosy lips and said sparingly, Okay, let's go to the Great Soul Arena. Yi Qinfeng had gained a lot from the battle with Fu Yuyue, so he did not reject her challenge and came to the Great Soul Arena with her. Soon, the news of their battle in the Great Soul Arena spread throughout the Sky Fire Martial House. A large number of Martial House disciples poured into the Great Soul Arena to watch their battle. Yi Qinfeng had broken through to the next realm, and his strength had increased a lot. But after his battle with Fu Yuyue, he discovered that her strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. But this time, the 2 of them only wanted to comprehend the concept of battle and had no intention of determining the winner or loser. So, although their battle seemed intense, it was not dangerous. About 3 hours later, the exhausted and close to collapse 2 people tacitly stopped fighting at the same time. They left the shattered Great Soul Arena and returned to their respective courtyards to sort out their comprehensions from the battle. Time passed day by day. Yi Qinfeng and Fu Yuyue fought once every 10 days or so, and their comprehension of sword and saber force deepened with each battle. Yi Qinfeng, take my saber. Fu Yuyue, who was wearing a tight black dress and looked like a dark elf, roared. A saber force that made people stop breathing gushed out and fused into the Blood Moon saber. With a slash, saber chi crisscrossed, and an unparalleled saber light ruthlessly slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Chi. Yi Qinfeng's saber light was shattered by Fu Yuyue's saber. The powerful saber light ruthlessly slashed onto the coiling dragon-heavy sword, causing Yi Qinfeng's chi and blood to churn. He retreated, and a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. 2nd level saber force. Feeling that Fu Yoyue's saber was filled with destructive power, Yi Qinfeng's expression changed slightly, and he cried out in surprise. Are you surprised? Fu Yoyue's rosy lips curled up slightly, and a rare, stunning smile appeared on her frosty but exceptionally beautiful face. She said, You are not the only one who can comprehend 2nd level concept in the Earth Beast General Realm. Chapter 124. In the early morning, rays of gentle sunlight penetrated through the clouds and shone on one's face. It was warm and sunny. Ever since Fu Yuyue comprehended the 2nd heaven of sword force, she did not disturb him. As for Yi Qinfeng, he spent the rest of his time comprehending the sword force and gradually grasped the essence of the 3rd heaven of sword force. The mansion master has summoned me. Just as Yi Qinfeng was sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree in the courtyard and was in a state of meditation, the communication pearl in Yi Qinfeng's arm suddenly vibrated. Gan Daobai's voice was heard from the communication pearl. It seems like the true spirit secret realm is going to open soon. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and had no choice but to stop his epiphany. He stood up slowly and left the quiet courtyard. He came to the meeting hall and saw Fu Yuyue, who was as cold as ice. Lin Fuxin, who was tall and sturdy, had arrived early. After refining the spirit-level soul elixir, Lin Fuxin had also made a breakthrough and became a 4th-grade Earth Beast General. Mansion Master. Yi Qinfeng nodded at Fu Yuiwei and Lin Fuxin before walking in front of Gan Daobai. I called all 3 of you here today because there's still a week before the True Spirit Secret Realm opens. I've decided to bring all of you to the Black Swamp outside the True Spirit Secret Realm tomorrow morning to wait for the Secret Realm to open. The True Spirit Secret Realm opens once every 3 years and lasts for a month each time. Although there are countless opportunities and treasures in the Secret Realm, it is also accompanied by great danger. Every time the True Spirit Secret Realm opens, there will be a large number of prodigious disciples who will lose their lives in there. According to past experience, most of the prodigious disciples who lost their lives in the True Spirit Secret Realm were mostly killed by prodigies from other sections. So when all of you enter the True Spirit Secret Realm, you have to be careful of the prodigious disciples from other sects and martial houses. Be careful of their sneak attacks and robberies. Gan Daobai reminded them seriously. Mansion Master, didn't the 3 major sects forbid their disciples from killing each other? Also, why can't Earth Beast Generals and above enter the True Spirit Secret Realm? Lin Fuxin asked doubtfully. Fu Yuiwei and Lin Fuxin were rising stars in the past 2 years. They had never entered the True Spirit Realm, so they did not know much about it. I don't know why Earth Beast Generals and above can't enter the True Spirit Secret Realm, but there were Heavenly Beast Immortals and even Xian Beast Sect experts who took the risk to enter, but they were instantly crushed by the True Spirit Secret Realm's spatial power. Apart from the experts who have surpassed the Earth Beast General Realm, the Earth Beast Generals who are over 30 years old cannot enter the True Spirit Secret Realm either. Otherwise, they will be torn apart by the space power contained in the True Spirit Secret Realm. The 3 sects indeed strictly forbid their disciples from killing each other. However, the True Spirit Secret Realm is too big, and there are dangers everywhere. As long as one does it cleanly and without leaving any traces, the 3 sects can't do anything without any evidence. Qian Daobai explained. Oh right, Qingfeng, I've also received a piece of bad news for you. I heard that among the 10 Earth Beast General disciples selected by the Heavenly Fire Sect to enter the True Spirit Secret Realm, Yu Shanxian is one of them. After a period of bitter cultivation, he has broken through to the level 6 Earth Beast General Realm. Qian Daobai reminded. Yu Shanxian. Hearing this news, Yi Qinfeng's face was expressionless. However, he had a trace of killing intent in his heart. He knew that if he were to meet Yu Shanxian in the True Spirit Secret Realm, they would definitely fight to the death. As for Yu Shanxian's strength, Yi Qinfeng did not take it to heart. As long as he was given the chance, he was confident that he could defeat Yu Shanxian. Thank you for telling me, Martial House Master. I will be careful. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, If you are able to obtain a great opportunity in the True Spirit Secret Realm, you can offer it to the Heavenly Fire Sect. That way, other than receiving generous rewards, you can also directly enter the Heavenly Fire Sect and become an inner disciple. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. The rest will depend on your abilities. I hope that you can find your own opportunity in the True Spirit Secret Realm and return safely. Martial House Master, we will not embarrass the Heavenly Fire Martial House. Lin Fuxin clenched her fists and said solemnly, All right, tomorrow morning we will leave for the Blackpool Swamp. Go back and have a good rest. Qian Daobai nodded and said, He was worried for Yi Qinfeng. He was worried that Yu Shanxian would join forces with the Heavenly Fire Sect to take revenge on him. If that was the case, Yi Qinfeng would be in great danger. The next morning, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 gathered at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Fire Martial House. Under the escort of Qian Daobai and Huo Lingfeng, they rode on 2 green-winged doves and left the Heavenly Fire Martial House. They flew towards the Blackpool swamp that was tens of thousands of miles away. 5 days later, 2 green-winged doves spread their wings and broke through the thick clouds. They flew into the complicated terrain of the Blackpool swamp that was filled with a large amount of fog and danger. The true spirit secret realm is at the core of the Blackpool swamp. We will fly there directly. Qian Daobai stood on the head of one of the green-winged doves and looked into the distance. Marshall House Master, what is that in front? The 2 green-winged doves flapped their huge wings and flew rapidly above the Blackpool swamp. Yi Qinfeng looked through the misty clouds and saw a large amount of red light in front of them. That is the guiding red light. It comes from the true spirit secret realm. When the guiding red light reaches a certain amount, it will form the entrance of the secret realm. At that time, you will be able to enter the true spirit secret realm. Qian Daobai said, "Let's go down." When the 2 green-winged doves got close to the guiding red light, they immediately became restless. Sensing the fear of the green-winged doves, Qian Daobai didn't dare to get close to them. He ordered them to fly down from the 9 heavens. They passed through the thick clouds and landed in the damp swamp. Yes, I didn't expect them to arrive first. When the 2 green-winged doves landed in the Blackpool swamp, Qian Daobai saw from afar that there were more than 10 figures stationed under the guiding red light, waiting for the true spirit secret realm to open. They are from the Wind Cloud Marshall House and the Thunder Mountain Marshall House. The tall and sturdy Lin Fuxin recognized them with a single glance. His eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. Yi Qinfeng, that man with the black robe and the scar at the corner of his eye, is called Huang Lin. He is the strongest expert of the Wind Cloud Marshall House. His strength is terrifying. I once fought with him in the past and lost to him by half a move. Just when Yi Qinfeng was secretly sizing up the Wind Cloud Marshall House and the Thunder Mountain Marshall House's disciples, Fu Youyue's mouth moved slightly, and her voice was transmitted into his ears. "This Huang Lin is so strong." Yi Qinfeng followed Fu Youyue's cold gaze and saw Huang Lin sitting cross-legged on the ground, emitting a dangerous aura. This Huang Lin is a spear genius. However, when I lost to him, I didn't activate my bloodline power and only comprehended half-step blade force. If I were to fight with him now, I am confident that I can cut him down. Apart from the Wind Cloud Marshall House's Huang Lin, the Thunder Mountain Marshall House's Yi Kersin is also not to be underestimated. At least 5,000 people have died in his hands. Fu Yue explained, I was wondering why this person couldn't hide his killing intent. It turns out that he walks the Tao of killing and intentionally condenses his killing intent. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Yi Kersin, who was wearing a dark red robe and had a slightly pale face filled with murderous intent. He paid special attention to him. Apart from the 2 of them, the other disciples are nothing to be afraid of. However, our main competitors this time are from the 3 great sects. If I'm not mistaken, the disciples selected by the 3 great sects to enter the true spirit secret realm should all be 6th grade Earth Beast Generals. Fu Yue continued to transmit her voice. Qian Daobai, is there no one else in the Sky Fire Marshall House? Why did you choose 2 4th grade Earth Beast Generals to enter the true spirit secret realm? It's rare for you to send them in as cannon fodder. Just as Yi Qinfeng and the other 4 were choosing a place to set up camp and waiting for the true spirit secret realm to open, an aquiline-nosed old man from the Wind Cloud Marshall House glanced at Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 and mocked them. Yun Kong Shui, your mouth is still so smelly. Qian Daobai looked at his old rival and retorted, your mouth is so foul. Be careful that your disciples will suffer retribution. You, hearing Qian Daobai's retort, Yun Kongshui's face instantly darkened. His sunken eyes shot out a ruthless light. Just as the atmosphere was getting tense, an ear-piercing bird cry came from afar. 4 fire-wing-wind birds flapped their fiery red wings and flew over. Chapter 125. Our heavenly fire sex experts are here. Qian Daobai glanced at the 4 fire-wing windbirds that were rapidly approaching. Qingfeng, when you see Yu Shanxian later, you must restrain yourself and try not to clash with him, lest he finds an excuse to kill you. Yi Qinfeng nodded, but he didn't intend to restrain himself. He knew that with Yu Shanxian's vengeful character, he wouldn't let him go even if he restrained himself. Furthermore, Yi Qinfeng also wanted to kill Yu Shanxian. If it wasn't for Xue Piaoling's help, he would have been killed by the Dark Radiant sect. Screech! The 4 fire-wing windbirds let out a long cry, bringing along a huge gust of wind as they descended. When the 3 martial houses flying spirit beasts sensed the powerful aura released by the fire-wing windbirds, they were obviously anxious and didn't dare to approach them. Disciple Qian Daobai greets the Sword Hall Master. When Qian Daobai saw a white-robed, white-haired, ruddy-faced old man with snow-white hair and beard, who exuded a fierce aura, jumped down from the fire-wing windbird, he immediately walked forward and respectfully bowed like a disciple. Hall Master. Hearing how Qian Daobai addressed the youthful-faced elder, Yi Qinfeng revealed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that the Heavenly Fire sect would send one of the 4 Hall Masters, the Sword Hall Master, to hold the fort when the True Spirit secret realm opened. The Hall Master's position in the Heavenly Fire sect surpassed the elders and was second only to the sect master. The Sword Hall Master had the strongest offensive power among the 4 Hall Masters. It was enough to show the importance the Heavenly Fire sect placed on the True Spirit secret realm. Daobai, you have left the Heavenly Fire sect for 10 years, right? The Sword Hall Master looked at the bowing Qian Daobai without any expression on his face as he asked in a deep voice. Disciple has left the Heavenly Fire sect for 11 years and 3 months. Qian Daobai respectfully said, but Disciple is slow-witted and my spiritual beast is unable to transform, so I haven't been able to break through to the Heaven Beast immortal realm. If your Heavenly Fire sect's disciple can find a great opportunity for my Heavenly Fire sect in the True Spirit secret realm, I will reward you with an immortal ascension pill to help you break through to the Heaven Beast immortal realm. The Sword Hall Master promised. Thank you, Hall Leader. Hearing the Sword Hall Master's promise, Qian Daobai was overjoyed. If he could obtain an immortal ascension elixir, he was 90% sure that his spiritual beast would transform and break through to the 1st grade Heavenly Beast immortal realm. Yi Qinfeng, we meet again. Who would have thought that your life would be so tough to survive until now? Behind the Sword Hall's Hall Master, the dim Radiant Sect's Hall Master saw Yi Qinfeng, who had a straight back and an expressionless face. His pupils constricted as he mocked with ill intentions. You're not dead yet, so how can I bear to die before you? Yi Qinfeng smiled and retorted without holding back. Just as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, the Sword Hall Master and other experts of the Heavenly Fire sect shifted their gazes to Yi Qinfeng. Even the Wind Cloud Martial House and Thunder Mountain Martial House's experts were looking at him. They were shocked that a mere disciple of a martial house dared to openly challenge the genius disciple of the Heavenly Fire sect, Yu Shanxian. Haha, I won't die so easily, but you might not. Yu Shanxian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he laughed arrogantly. Wishes are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Yu Shanxian, you better believe in fate. Yi Qinfeng sneered and retorted. What's wrong, Yi Qinfeng? Do you want me to die so badly? Yu Shanxian's face sank as he spoke gloomily. It's not that I want you to die, it's that they want you to die. So, before you bite someone, you should clearly see who your enemy is. Don't bite randomly like a mad dog, Yi Qinfeng mocked without holding back. You dare to call me a mad dog? Yu Shanxian thought that he was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect that Yi Qinfeng would be even more arrogant than him. He actually dared to insult him in public. A surge of murderous aura was emitted from his body, suppressing Yi Qinfeng. What's wrong? You're angry? I thought you were quite magnanimous. The corner of Yi Qinfeng's mouth curled up slightly. A sharp sword aura gushed out from his body, tearing apart the pressure released by Yu Shanxian. Sword aura! Feeling the sword aura gushing out from Yi Qinfeng's body, the sword hall master's snow-white eyebrows twitched slightly. The way he looked at Yi Qinfeng changed greatly. The disciples of the Heavenly Fire sect behind him, as well as the people from the Wind Cloud Martial Mansion and the Thunder Mount Martial Mansion, were also shocked. Even in the Heavenly Fire sect Sword Hall, only one disciple had comprehended sword aura. That genius disciple had already broken through to the Heaven Beast immortal realm when he comprehended sword aura. The power of his sword aura was far inferior to Yi Qinfeng's. Yi Qinfeng, don't think that you can fight me just because you comprehended sword aura. Let me tell you, I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant. After being slapped in the face by Yi Qinfeng again and again, Yu Shanxian could no longer control the anger in his heart. His face became extremely gloomy. Is that so? Yi Qinfeng showed a disdainful smile and asked coldly, All right, all of you shut up. Looking at the two who were at daggers drawn, the leader of the sword hall was enraged. He yelled out, I don't care what kind of grudges you have, but you have to remember that your enemies are the genius disciples of the Storm Valley and the Thunderbird Mountain. If you dare to rebel against me again, I will take away your qualification to enter the true spirit realm, so that you won't become a joke to others. Looking at the sword hall master who was glaring at them, Yi Qinfeng and Yu Shanxian did not dare to speak again. They stood aside in silence. All right, everyone rest here and wait for the true spirit secret realm to open. The sword hall master glanced at Yi Qinfeng and Yu Shanxian with his sharp eyes and ordered coldly, Chengfeng, you are too reckless. I have already reminded you to be patient. Why didn't you listen? You are going against Yu Shanxian, giving him an excuse to get rid of you. Qian Daobai walked to Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting far away, and said helplessly, Palace Master, do you think it is useful for me to be patient? Yu Shanxian wants to deal with me. Even if I compromise, he will not let me go. Yi Qinfeng sat cross-legged on a piece of dry grass and said lightly, That's right. Instead of compromising, it is better to fight. I think junior brother Yi is right. Fu Yuiwa, who was wearing a long black dress and looked like a dark elf, said, Sai, things are not as simple as you think. Do you know who the man wearing a long, dark, golden robe beside Yu Shanxian is? He is the elder of the Yinyang Hall, a level 5 heavenly beast immortal, Yu Mingzi. If something happens to Yu Shanxian in the true spirit secret realm, he can kill Qingfeng based on a conflict between Chengfeng and Yu Shanxian. Qian Daobai sighed softly. Yi Qinfeng knew that Qian Daobai was not exaggerating. If something happened to Yu Shanxian, he might be the target of the Yinyang Hall's revenge. However, he had no way out. If Yu Shanxian did not know what was good for him, Yi Qinfeng would not be merciful. Shanxian, who is that brat? Do you have a grudge with him? A Yinyang Hall disciple with a pointed face who looked similar to Yu Shanxian asked. Just a small fry. Yu Shanxian said gloomily. Do you need me to help you get rid of him? The pointy-faced man asked. No, I want to kill him myself. Yu Shanxian glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who was meditating with his eyes closed. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Chirp, chirp. When it was close to evening, several piercing bird chirps could be heard. For large golden birds cut through the dusk and quickly flew over. People from the Storm Valley. The Sword Hall master glanced at the 4 large golden birds flying over quickly. He concealed the battle intent in his eyes and ignored them. Not long after the people from the Storm Valley arrived, more than 10 people from the Thunderbird Mountain also arrived at the Blackpool Swamp. They were stationed outside the entrance of the True Spirit secret realm. The 3 sects seemed to have discussed it beforehand. They did not provoke each other and waited in silence for the secret realm to open. Just as everyone waited in silence for 2 days, endless red light suddenly shone from the red light that was getting thicker and thicker, illuminating the world. Slowly, a black hole appeared in the center of the red light. Chapter 126. The opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your abilities. If you can bring back a great opportunity from the true spirit realm within a month, the Sky Fire Sect will reward you handsomely. The Sword Hall Master raised his head to look at the spatial black hole in the red light and said in a deep voice, "We won't disappoint the Hall Master." The 10 6th grade Earth Beast Generals of the Sky Fire Sect promised in unison. You can go in now. Remember, no matter where you are teleported to, you must remain calm. Don't force yourself to obtain an opportunity that doesn't belong to you. Otherwise, you might lose your life. The Hall Master reminded them solemnly. Yes. As he spoke, the 10 genius disciples of the Storm Valley and the Thunderbird Mountain leaped into the air and flew into the spatial black hole. Let's go. Seeing the genius disciples of the two sects enter the true spirit secret realm first, Yu Shanxian and the other disciples of the Heavenly Fire Sect merged with their spiritual beasts and flew into the black hole like arrows leaving their bows. Chengfeng, Yu, Fu Exan, be careful. I will wait here for your safe return. Qian Daobai looked at the 3 disciples he was most proud of and instructed them. Don't worry, Martial House Master. We will definitely come out alive. Lin Fu Exan said generously. After speaking, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 leaped into the air and flew into the spatial black hole together with the genius disciples of the Storm Martial House and the Thunder Mountain Martial House. When Yi Qinfeng was approaching the spatial black hole at an extremely fast speed, Yi Koexan, who appeared beside him, revealed a strange smile. He suddenly sent out a palm strike towards Yi Qinfeng's chest. Yi Qinfeng did not panic when he was attacked by the eldest disciple of the Thunder Mountain Martial House. Instead, he threw out a punch to meet the attack. When Yi Qinfeng's fist collided with Yi Kursen's palm light, a force of more than 50,000 kilograms exploded, shattering Yi Kursen's palm light as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Yi Qinfeng's fist landed on his palm. Yi Kursen didn't expect Yi Qinfeng's physical strength to be so terrifying. In a moment of carelessness, he lost control of his body as he soared into the air. Under the shocked gazes of the 2 Thunder Mountain Martial House heads, he fell to the ground. After sending Yi Qinfeng flying away with a punch, Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and once again grew taller. He went through the black hole and entered the true spirit secret realm. What a dense forest! The white light in front of his eyes disappeared, and Yi Qinfeng found himself in a boundless, verdant mountain forest. The ancient trees here were all more than 30 meters tall. It would take more than 10 people to wrap their arms around them. Each ancient tree was more than 10,000 years old. Not far from him, there was a waterfall more than 1,000 meters high. It looked like the Milky Way was hanging upside down, pouring down from the sky. It was very spectacular. Is this true spirit realm really an ancient ruin? Looking at the ancient forest in front of him and the magnificent waterfall, Yi Qinfeng felt a sense of vicissitudes. He took out the coiling dragon greatsword and walked towards the nearby waterfall. Yes, that is the water spirit fruit. When Yi Qinfeng arrived at the foot of the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall, he was surprised to find a 3-inch-long aqua-blue blade of grass on the damp walls of the waterfall. In the center of the blade of grass, there was a deep blue fruit. Rays of fine, hair-like blue light shone from the fruit. The water spirit fruit was very rare in the outside world. It could not be bought without 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Judging from the color of the water spirit fruit in front of him, this water spirit fruit was at least 5,000 years old. Its value was even higher than a normal spirit level soul pellet. My luck is pretty good. I found a 5,000-year-old water spirit fruit the moment I was teleported into the true spirit secret realm. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly as he bounced off the ground, intending to pick the water spirit fruit. However, as he approached the water spirit fruit in the air, his sharp senses suddenly sensed a strong sense of danger in the Milky Way like waterfall. Without even thinking, he stabbed out his sword instinctively. With a thrust of the sword, a huge purple snake with a brightly colored body, the thickness of a water bucket, and a huge lump of flesh on its head drilled out of the waterfall. It collided heavily with the coiling dragon greatsword. The powerful force forcefully knocked Yi Qinfeng down into the waterfall, preventing him from plucking the water spirit fruit. Rank 6 spirit beast. Sensing the power of the purple snake, Yi Qinfeng looked a bit serious. A rank 6 spirit beast was equivalent to a rank 6 earth beast general, and this purple snake in front of him was not simple at all. As it evolved, the sarcoma on its head would most likely turn into a horn. By then, this purple snake would turn into a flood dragon. The true spirit secret realm is full of opportunities, but it is not easy to get them. Without a certain level of power, even if you run into them, you will not be able to get them. Yi Qinfeng murmured to himself. His pupils shrunk as he looked at the purple snake. Waves of cold qi were emitted from his body. Without any outsiders around, Yi Qinfeng used his trump card, the profound frost spirit water, to deal with this purple snake in front of him without any hesitation. Profound frost spirit water, freeze! Yi Qinfeng shouted. A bone-chilling cold qi was emitted from his body and poured into the Milky Way like waterfall. In the blink of an eye, the waterfall was frozen into an ice waterfall, and the huge body of the purple snake was frozen as well. Killing sword art, flowing cloud pierce. The moment the purple snake was frozen by the ice waterfall, Yi Qinfeng suddenly waved his coiling dragon greatsword. An extremely fast-spinning sword light was shot out and hacked at the purple snake's weak point. A huge amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. Hiss! With its weak point pierced, the purple snake screamed in pain. The explosive power in its body directly tore apart the ice waterfall. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yi Qinfeng. The spirit beasts in the true spirit secret realm are indeed much more terrifying than those in the outside world. Yi Qinfeng saw that the purple snake's weak point had been pierced, but it was still able to explode with such an astonishing power. He was slightly surprised. Sword Force, second layer. Wind Shadow Chop. The purple snake turned into a purple light and attacked. Yi Qinfeng's body immediately gushed out the second layer sword force, which merged with the coiling dragon greatsword. With a slash of the sword, a sword light pierced through the air and slashed at the purple snake's head. The disgusting sarcoma was split open, and its head was split in half. The 30-meter-long giant body fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. After struggling for half an incense stick's worth of time, the purple snake finally died. After killing the purple snake with all his strength, Yi Qinfeng immediately took out his invincible broken sword and cut off the purple snake's tough skin that was covered with scales. He also cut off a few big pieces of the snake's flesh as rations. After that, he picked the water spirit fruit and quickly left. As Yi Qinfeng continued to go deeper into the forest, he was ambushed by dozens of powerful spirit beasts. Among them, he even met a level 8 spirit beast that was comparable to a level 3 heavenly beast immortal. He was so scared that he used his shape-shifting phantom and fled in panic. Too scary. This true spirit secret realm is too scary. There are even level 8 spirit beasts. I wonder if there are any heavenly beasts in the deepest part of this ancient forest. Recalling the scene where he was chased by the level 8 spirit beast, Yi Qinfeng still had lingering fear. He was even more in awe of the true spirit secret realm. About 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng found a broken body under a 5-meter tall boulder. Beside the body, there was a fiery red war blade with a red gem embedded in the hilt. Upper-grade spirit weapon. Looking at the war blade in front of him, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. Although he didn't use a blade, if he sold this fiery red war blade outside, he could get a lot of lower-grade soul crystals. This war blade is mine. If you don't want to die, then get the hell out of here. Just as Yi Qinfeng stepped forward and was about to put the fiery red war blade into his Qinkuan bag, a cold voice came into his ears. Chapter 127. You're from the Fengyin Valley. When Yi Qinfeng saw the tattoo of a golden cloud on the left side of this youth's chest, he immediately recognized his identity. I'll count to 3. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being ruthless. The white-clothed youth saw Yi Qinfeng's indifference, and his face gradually turned cold. A strong, murderous aura was emitted from his body. No need to count. Make your move. Although the Fengyin Valley was the absolute overlord of the North Snow region, and their disciples were the best in the region, Yi Qinfeng was not afraid of him and spoke in a domineering manner. Interesting. I didn't expect that a small martial house disciple like you would dare to go against me. The white-clothed youth was so angry that he laughed. I hope you can clean your eyes in your next life. There are some people you can't afford to offend. As he spoke, the white-clothed youth fused with the power of his spiritual beast. The snakeskin sword in his hand emitted an ear-piercing sound, and a dazzling white light flashed. The white-clothed youth's sword light pierced towards Yi Qinfeng's throat at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. 130,000 gene of strength explode. Yi Qinfeng immediately circulated his 6 meridians divine shield and fused his physical strength and soul power together. He erupted with extreme strength and met the attack with his sword. Chi. The white-clothed youngster's sword light was broken apart by Yi Qinfeng's powerful sword strike. The coiling dragon-heavy sword, which was filled with 130,000 gene of force, stabbed onto the tip of the snakeskin long sword. The powerful force forcefully bent the sword, causing the white-clothed youngster's arm to feel numb. Streams of blood flowed out from the cracked skin on his arm. And what a powerful force! The white-clothed youth didn't put Yi Qinfeng in his eyes at first, so he didn't use his full strength. Only after the exchange did he realize how terrifying Yi Qinfeng was. Flowing Cloud Pierce. After gaining the upper hand, Yi Qinfeng immediately used the Annihilation sword art. The interweaving sword light tore through the air and pierced towards the white-clothed youth's chest. Wind and Cloud 9 swords. Feeling that Yi Qinfeng was more difficult to deal with than he imagined, the white-clothed youth decisively used his soul skill to counterattack. A sharp sword light, like a silver dragon, slashed at the flowing cloud pierce. Boom! When the 2 soul skills collided, a powerful shockwave was created, and the ancient trees around them were reduced to dust. Cracks also appeared on the ground beneath their feet. Storm Valley's disciples are indeed not simple. That sword strike, just now, was probably a high-ranked, earth-ranked soul skill. When Yi Qinfeng saw that the white-clothed youth was able to block the flowing cloud spike in such a hurry, he was shocked by the background of Storm Valley. A light flashed beneath his feet, and he turned into 3 afterimages as he continued to attack. Wind and Cloud spirit steps. Yi Qinfeng quickly attacked. The white-clothed youth immediately used a strange footwork, shifting and shifting in the narrow space as he fought against Yi Qinfeng. Ding ding dang dang dang. A large amount of sparks flew in all directions as the 2 of them clashed again and again. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already clashed more than 10 times. The concentrated attacks were dazzling. 9 swords of wind and cloud. 1 sword moved the wind and cloud. After exchanging hundreds of moves with Yi Qinfeng, not only was the white-clothed youth unable to suppress Yi Qinfeng, his arm was also numb from the powerful, coiling dragon greatsword. After experiencing Yi Qinfeng's strength, the white-clothed youth immediately changed his move. The tip of his foot suddenly touched the ground, and his body flew into the air. He slashed out with his sword in midair, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was as if a flood dragon had descended into the world, and he fiercely slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Sword Force, second layer. When the silver-white sword light attacked, Yi Qinfeng's sword force gushed out from his body. It fused with the strength of 150,000 kilograms and poured into the coiling dragon greatsword, heavily slashing at the dragon-like sword light. Boom! When the two powerful forces collided, they once again stirred up 1,000 ripples. The powerful force bombarded Yi Qinfeng and the white-clothed youth, causing them to retreat at the same time. However, Yi Qinfeng only retreated 3 steps, while the white-clothed youth retreated 5 steps. It was clear that Yi Qinfeng's attack power was above his. Sword Force. What you used just now was Sword Force. The white-clothed youth's expression greatly changed. He didn't dare to imagine that Yi Qinfeng, who was a level 4 Earth Beast General, had actually comprehended the sword force that he yearned for even in his dreams. Congratulations, you got it right. The corner of Yi Qinfeng's mouth slightly curved up. He used Form Displacement Phantom and rushed towards the white-clothed youth. Profound Frost Spirit Water, Ice Seal. When approaching the white-clothed youth, Yi Qinfeng used the power of the Profound Frost Spirit Water, releasing a powerful cold air to seal the white-clothed youth. Crack! Caught off guard, the white-clothed youth's body was covered in a thick layer of frost, continuously freezing his body. With Yi Qinfeng's current strength, he was still unable to use the Profound Frost Spirit Water's strongest power. However, with the white-clothed youth's strength, he still couldn't resist the power of the Profound Frost Spirit Water. In a blink of an eye, his body was frozen by the Profound Frost Spirit Water. Collapsing Cloud Palm. After using the power of the Profound Frost Spirit Water to freeze the white-clothed youth, Yi Qinfeng immediately sent out a palm strike towards the ice sculpture. 3 palm strikes, filled with the power of the collapsing cloud palm, broke through the ice seal and bombarded the white-clothed youth's body. Buzz! Just as the white-clothed youth was about to be killed by Yi Qinfeng's palm strike, a white halo suddenly shot out from his body and blocked the attack of the collapsing cloud palm. PFFF. PFFF. With the help of the amulet given by the Storm Valley, the white-clothed youth managed to escape the calamity. However, he was still heavily injured by Yi Qinfeng's palm strike. A large amount of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Brat, I will remember you. The next time I see you, I will definitely take your dog life. There was only one amulet. Without it, the white-clothed youth no longer had any means to save his life. He wanted to leave after leaving behind a vicious sentence. There won't be a next time. Yi Qinfeng used Form Displacement Phantom and caught up with the heavily injured, white-clothed youth. Once again, he used the power of the Profound Frost Spirit Water to freeze the white-clothed youth's body. Storm 9 Swords. Storm cleaving the 9 provinces. This time, the white-clothed youth was prepared. The moment his body was frozen, he ignored the damage to his body and forcefully used the most powerful killing move of the Storm 9 Swords. The Storm 9 Swords was a high-grade Earth rank soul skill of the Storm Valley. It was extremely powerful. The Storm cleaving the 9 provinces was the most powerful killing move of the Storm 9 Swords. Its power was comparable to a top-grade Earth rank soul skill's all-out attack. Facing such a terrifying sword attack, Yi Qinfeng did not retreat. Instead, he used all his strength to meet the attack. Annihilation Sword Art Wind Shadow Slash. Yi Qinfeng shouted, Second Layer Sword Force, 130,000 gene of strength, and the power of the Profound Frost Spirit Water were all poured into the coiling dragon greatsword. With a slash of the sword, the air was completely turbulent. The powerful sword light directly split the white-clothed youth's storm cleaving the 9 provinces, and slashed his body. Like cutting tofu, it broke the beast soul armor on his body and split his body into 2 halves. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng appeared behind him. At the moment when the spiritual beast in his head dissipated, Yi Qinfeng used the soul-devouring art to devour the spiritual beast in his head and end his life. Chapter 128. How could the disciples of Storm Valley be so poor? In a secluded valley in the depths of the ancient forest, Yi Qinfeng took out the Qinkuan bag that he had plundered from the white-robed youth. When he broke the seal of the Qinkuan bag, he revealed a disappointed expression. 2 soul recovery pills, 100 mid-grade soul crystals, 3,000 low-grade soul crystals, and a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng king. Other than that, there was nothing else. And the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng king in his Qinkuan bag should have been obtained from the true spirit realm. It seems that the Storm Valley was afraid that their disciples would die in the secret realm, so they only allowed them to bring life-saving items. However, the amulets that the Storm Valley gave them are not cheap. After about an hour, Yi Qinfeng had completely recovered his soul power and injuries. He left the secluded valley and continued to move into the depths of the ancient forest. Yi Qinfeng shuttled through the ancient forest for about 8 days. Although he didn't gain anything special, he gradually comprehended the extermination sword art's 3rd move, instant kill, from the fierce battles with the powerful spirit beasts in the forest every day. Instant kill, sword art. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. His entire body had merged with the coiling dragon heavy sword. In an instant, an extremely thin sword light was formed, piercing out 100 meters. The sword beam had been condensed to the pinnacle. It was more than 5 meters tall. It was a 6th grade spirit beast. It had exposed its sharp fangs. It had been cleaved into 2 halves. A large amount of blood splashed out like a fountain and dyed the mountain forest red. The power of this instant kill sword art is indeed terrifying. However, the consumption is a bit high. Using this sword art has almost used up 1/3 of my soul power. I wonder if using this sword art can instantly kill a level 6 beast general. Yi Qinfeng was very satisfied with the power of this instant kill sword art. After mastering this move, he was confident that he could kill Yu Shanxian under his sword. What's that sound? As Yi Qinfeng was moving through the forest, he passed by a secluded valley. Suddenly, he heard a terrified scream coming from the valley. He immediately stopped. What's in this valley? In the true spirit realm, opportunities and dangers coexisted. The more dangerous a place was, the more likely it was to be accompanied by a great opportunity. What's that? When Yi Qinfeng retracted his aura and slowly approached the end of the call, he saw a strange tree that was more than 10 meters tall. It was completely black, and its trunk was covered with sharp, poisonous thorns. And in the center of this strange tree, there were 2 basin-sized fruits that looked like ghost heads. One of the ghost head fruits emitted a hair-raising wailing sound, while the other opened its bloody maw and bit at the corpse of a martial artist. Could this be the ghost withered tree and the ghost face weeping heart fruit? Looking at the strange tree in front of him and the 2 strange ghost face fruits, Yi Qinfeng immediately remembered that there was an extremely intelligent and ferocious strange tree called the ghost withered tree. The ghost withered tree was extremely cruel and liked to suck people's souls. And the fruit that it had grown for 10,000 years was called the ghost face crying heart fruit. It was even more brutal and liked to eat people's flesh and blood. However, the ghost face crying heart fruit was indeed a top-grade spirit item in the world. It had a miraculous effect on body refinement, and its value was even higher than normal Earth-level soul pellets. I never thought that the true spirit realm would have such a miraculous item. If I can get those 2 ghost face crying heart fruits, I might be able to reach the completion of the muscle refining realm. But judging from the color of this ghost withered tree, it should be at least 50,000 years old. Its power should be far beyond mine. Looking at the horrifying ghost withered tree not far away, Yi Chen-feng was a bit hesitant as to whether he should take the risk and get the 2 ghost face crying heart fruits that were even more valuable than earth-level soul pellets. However, the 2 ghost face crying heart fruits were too tempting for Yi Chen-feng. Adding on the fact that the profound cold spirit water could slightly suppress the ghost withered tree. After hesitating for a while, Yi Chen-feng decided to take the risk. Form, shifting phantom. Yi Chen-feng took a deep breath as his entire body suddenly sped up, leaving behind afterimages as he quickly approached the ghost withered tree. After battling for more than 10 days in the true spirit realm, Yi Chen-feng's control of the shadow power had deepened by another level. He could now instantly form 4 afterimages and increase his speed by 4 times. Woo! As Yi Chen-feng approached, one of the ghost face crying heart fruits immediately let out a shrill cry, disturbing Yi Chen-feng's mind. In the next second, Yi Chen-feng felt the ground under his feet start to shake. Many arm-thick black roots broke through the hard ground and pierced towards Yi Chen-feng's body like steel spears. Sword form second sky break. With the help of the god-eating brain, Yi Chen-feng dispelled the ghost face crying heart fruit's disturbing effect on his mind. A shocking sword aura was released from his body as it merged with the coiling dragon heavy sword. He then threw out a sword attack towards those black roots. 130,000 pounds of power combined with the destructive power of the second sky of the sword aura had shattered the black roots like they were nothing, and it continued to approach the ghost withered tree. Lowly human, go die! A huge amount of black roots were shattered, and an old face appeared on the huge trunk of the ghost withered tree, speaking human language and roaring in anger. The pitch-black treetop shook violently. A large amount of black light that looked like black blades shot out, bombarding Yi Chen-feng from a short distance away. Instant kill, sword attack. At the critical moment, Yi Chen-feng's entire body fused with the coiling dragon greatsword in his hand, turning into a silvery white sword shadow. It overflowed with a fierce sword aura, tearing apart the black light that covered the sky and approached the 2 crying ghost fruits that were emitting a ghostly cry. Profound cold spirit water, freeze! Without waiting for the 2 ghost face crying heart fruits to attack, Yi Chen-feng released the power of the profound cold spirit water, forcefully freezing the 2 ghost face crying heart fruits that were about to attack. Wind shadow slash. Then, Yi Chen-feng suddenly took a deep breath. Second sky of the sword form, 130,000 pounds of power once again merged into the coiling dragon heavy sword, and fiercely chopped down on the 2 ghost face crying heart fruits that were frozen by the profound cold spirit water. Kacha! A huge amount of ice was shattered by the half-moon sword shadow, and the sharp sword light cut down the 2 ghost face crying heart fruits, causing a huge amount of blood-like liquid to splash out. Profound cold spirit water, freeze! After successfully cutting down the 2 ghost face crying heart fruits, Yi Chen-feng immediately used the power of the profound cold spirit water to forcefully freeze the 2 ghost face crying heart fruits and put them into his Qinkuan bag. Ah, lowly human, I'm going to kill you. The 2 ghost face crying heart fruits that had been condensed for tens of thousands of years were forcefully taken away by Yi Chen-feng, and this completely enraged the ghost withered tree. An extremely powerful roar was released from the old face, and like thunder from the 9 heavens, it attacked Yi Chen-feng's body. Pooh! After being attacked by the ghost withered tree's sound wave attack, Yi Chen-feng's soul shook, and a huge amount of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. If his brain had not merged with the God-Eater brain, and his soul's defense was beyond superhuman, the sound wave released by the ghost withered tree would have been enough to shatter his soul. Pum! Yi Chen-feng, who had lost control of his body, heavily smashed onto the ground. Then his body exploded with a huge amount of power, and he bounced up from the ground, escaping towards the entrance of the valley. Lowly human, leave your life behind. Chapter 129. What's that sound? What's in the valley ahead? While Yi Chen Feng was fighting with the ghost, withered tree, the loud noise spread out for dozens of miles and was heard by two genius disciples who were passing by. Kursin, are you interested in going to the valley with me to have a look? A tall and burly man in a dark blue robe asked with interest, his long black hair casually draped over his shoulders, giving off an unrestrained feeling. Haha, why not? Brother Gaofei, let's go. Yi Kursin, who was wearing a dark red robe and full of killing intent, laughed and followed the genius disciple of the Thunderbird Mountain, Yun Gaofei, towards the valley where Yi Chen Feng was. Ghost, withered tree. Yi Kursin and Yun Gaofei, who were both skilled and bold, ran into the trembling valley. They immediately saw the ghost, withered tree, with a shaking black crown and an ancient face that was crazily attacking it. This ghost withered tree is as black as ink and has a ghost face on it. It's probably more than 50,000 years old. Such an old ghost withered tree must have produced a ghost face crying heart fruit. Thinking of this, Yi Kursin and Yun Gaofei both looked at the twisted root prison with burning desire in their eyes. If they could obtain the ghost face crying heart fruit, it would be very beneficial for them. Yi Kursin was even more confident that he could use the power of the ghost face crying heart fruit to continuously increase his cultivation level and mutate his spirit beast to reach the heavenly beast immortal realm. At this moment, Yi Chen Feng, who was trapped in the twisted root prison, was covered in wounds and blood. If his body was not strong enough, he would not have been able to withstand the powerful attacks of the ghost withered tree. Black cold spirit water. Freeze! Yi Chen Feng, who had consumed a lot of energy, threw a soul recovery pill into his mouth and used the black cold spirit water to forcefully freeze the roots that had been broken by the coiling dragon heavy sword. In the next moment, the second heaven of sword form, 150,000 pounds of force, and a strand of black cold spirit water all poured out of Yi Chen Feng's body and merged into the coiling dragon heavy sword, activating the 9 attack patterns at the same time. Instant kill sword. Yi Chen Feng's entire body fused together with the coiling dragon heavy sword, transforming into an extremely thin white sword beam. Carrying an astonishing destructive power, the sword broke through the hole that was frozen by the profound cold spirit water and charged out. It's him. Yi Kursin, who was waiting outside, immediately recognized Yi Chen Feng, who had broken out of the core prison. Thinking of the humiliation that Yi Chen Feng had brought to him when he entered the true spirit secret realm, Yi Kursin's eyes shot out thick murderous intent. Violet thunder sword technique. Yi Chen Feng leaped into the air amidst the rubble. Thunderous sounds rang out from his body as he slashed out with his sword. A sword light entwined with purple lightning tore through the sky, heading straight for Yi Chen Feng. Phantom shift. Yi Chen Feng's soul power was extremely sharp. The moment he broke out of the prison formed by the ghost withered tree's roots, he had already sensed the existence of the two. Therefore, the moment Yi Chen Feng launched his sneak attack, he performed the phantom shift and instantly turned into 4 afterimages, dodging the attack 3 times in a row. He dodged Yi Kursin's Violet Thunder sword technique and dashed out of the valley at an extremely fast speed. Where do you think you're going? Seeing that Yi Chen Feng was trying to escape, the rank 6 Earth Beast General Yun Gaofei roared as he pulled out the huge blade on his back and slashed towards Yi Chen Feng, wanting to stop him. Compared to the two, the crazy ghost withered tree posed a bigger threat to Yi Chen Feng. Seeing the blade light in front of him, trying to stop him, Yi Chen Feng did not try to dodge. Instead, he exploded with his strongest power and slashed out with the coiling dragon heavy sword. Boom! Yun Gaofei's blade light was shattered by Yi Chen Feng's sword. Yi Chen Feng performed the phantom shift and dashed out of the two's encirclement at an extremely fast speed, disappearing into the chaotic valley in the blink of an eye. Not good. After Yi Chen Feng broke through the encirclement with his absolute strength. Yi Kersin and Yun Gaofei were immediately attacked by the berserk, ghost, withered tree roots. Sensing how terrifying the ghost, withered tree roots were, Yun Gaofei immediately took out a purple crystal from his Qingquan bag and quickly threw it out. Rumble! The purple crystal shattered, and a large amount of lightning exploded, bringing with it a deafening roar of thunder. In an instant, it shattered hundreds of roots as thick as a child's arm, and followed Yi Qinfeng out of the kernel. Yi Qinfeng, leave the ghost face crying heart fruit, and I will spare your dog life. Lightning flashed under Yi Kersen's feet as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was running wildly in the forest, and ordered loudly, "If you want the ghost face crying heart fruit, then you can take it with your lives." Yi Qinfeng, who was riddled with wounds, didn't pay any attention to Yi Kersen and Yi Qingyu. He swallowed another soul recovery pill and quickly replenished the soul power in his body. At the same time, he used the complicated terrain to escape from the two's pursuit. And there's no way out. Yi Qinfeng ran wildly for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Suddenly, he discovered that a bottomless abyss appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Let's see where you can run to this time. Yi Kersen and Yun Gaofei, who were chasing after Yi Qinfeng, revealed cruel smiles when they saw that he was blocked by the abyss. They released powerful auras and locked onto him. Since there's no way out, then let's fight. The injured Yi Qinfeng swallowed a third soul-returning pill and grasped the coiling dragon, heavy sword in his hand. His pupils constricted as he watched the two approaching step by step. After swallowing 3 soul-returning pills, Yi Qinfeng's soul power, which was almost depleted, had recovered by half. He could use the instant kill sword once. However, Yi Qinfeng wasn't sure if the two of them had protective talismans on them. His eyes flickered as he looked at the two of them, constantly thinking of who to attack. Yi Qinfeng, I can't help but admire your luck. You actually obtained the ghost face crying heart fruit in the true spirit secret realm. However, your good luck ends here today. We'll personally send you to the Yellow Springs. Yi Kersen said with cold-killing intent, There are many people who want my life, but it's a pity that I sent all of them to hell. Yi Qinfeng laughed coldly. He sped up the recovery of his soul power while giving tit for tat. You're just a class 4, earthly beast general trash. How dare you threaten us? Yun Gaofei didn't put Yi Qinfeng in his eyes at all and sneered. Yun Gaofei had just finished speaking when a suffocating sword aura gushed out from Yi Qinfeng's body. It rushed into the clouds and shattered their auras. Sword aura! Feeling the sword aura gushing out from Yi Qinfeng's body, Yun Gaofei's expression changed greatly. He didn't think that Yi Qinfeng, who was only a class 4 earthly beast general, would be able to comprehend the sword aura that swordsmen yearned for even in their dreams. Shape-shifting phantom. While Yun Gaofei was still in shock, Yi Qinfeng's body moved. In an instant, he created 4 afterimages. Like a bolt of lightning, he attacked Yi Kersen. Good timing. Yi Kersen had already expected Yi Qinfeng to attack him first. His pupils shrank. The silver sword in his hand drew out a purple lightning light, bringing with it a powerful destructive force as it met Yi Qinfeng's attack. The moment Yi Kersen attacked, Yun Gaofei also attacked. A terrifying blade light swept through the air and slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Instant kill sword. Just as Yi Kersen and Yun Feiyun's thunderous attacks were about to hit Yi Qinfeng's body, Yi Qinfeng, who was moving at high speed, suddenly accelerated. His entire body turned into an extremely thin sword light that tore through the air and pierced through Yi Kersen and Yun Feiyun's soul skills, stabbing towards the careless Yun Gaofei. At this critical moment, the protective talisman that Yun Gaofei had refined into his body projected a defensive halo. It blocked Yi Qinfeng's instant kill sword. However, the instant kill sword's attack was too terrifying. The defensive halo formed by the protective talisman was still cracked by the instant-kill sword. The sharp sword light pierced through the halo and stabbed Yun Gaofei's body. Yun Gaofei didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so terrifying. When he thought back to the feeling of life and death, 2 of his 3 souls were scared out of his wits. He desperately tried to escape. Profound frost spiritual water. Freeze! Yi Qinfeng didn't give Yun Gaofei a chance to escape. He used the power of the profound frost spiritual water to freeze his body. Cloud-crushing palm break. Chapter 130. Yi Qinfeng, you actually dared to kill him. Yi Kersin looked at Yun Gaofei's shattered corpse and felt that it was unreal. He could not believe that Yun Gaofei, who was a Class 6 Earth Beast General, would be instantly killed by Yi Qinfeng, who was a Class 4 Earth Beast General. Yi Kersin, it's your turn next. Yi Qinfeng raised his coiling dragon, great sword up high, and pointed it at Yi Kersin, who had an ugly expression. He released an aura of disdain as he spoke in an overbearing manner. Although Yi Qinfeng had intimidated Yi Kersin in terms of aura, his body's condition was not good. After forcefully using the instant kill and killing Yun Gaofei with the cloud-crushing palm, Yi Qinfeng did not have much soul power left in his body. He was definitely not Yi Kersin's match. However, he did not dare to let Yi Kersin see through his intentions. He could only use the aura of killing Yun Gaofei to intimidate Yi Kersin and pray that he would back off. Otherwise, he would only have one option, to jump off the cliff. When he met Yi Qinfeng's eyes that were as sharp as swords and felt his aura of disdain, Yi Kersin indeed had thoughts of retreating. However, Yi Kersin was very smart. Although he had thoughts of retreating, he did not retreat immediately. Instead, he stood 10 meters away and observed Yi Qinfeng in silence. Seeing Yi Kersin's action, Yi Qinfeng's heart could not help but sink. If he continued to remain in a deadlock, Yi Kersin would definitely see through his intentions. As expected, when Yi Kersin saw that Yi Qinfeng did not take the initiative to attack him, he sensed that something was wrong. The corner of his mouth rose slightly and a trace of coldness appeared as he said, "It seems like my guess was not wrong. After killing Yun Gaofei, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight." As he spoke, the silver longsword in Yi Kersin's hand trembled. 6 sharp sword rays pierced towards Yi Qinfeng at an extremely fast speed, testing whether he was faking it or not. Second heaven sword form break. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath, and the second layer of sword force gushed out, surging into the coiling dragon greatsword. He slashed forward, and the powerful sword light broke through Yi Kersin's probing attack. Pooh! However, at this moment, Yi Qinfeng was too weak. After breaking through the 6 sword beams, he was also injured. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Yi Qinfeng, you can die now." Seeing the blood flowing out of Yi Qinfeng's mouth, Yi Kersin calmed down. He held his silver sword and attacked Yi Qinfeng, wanting to kill him quickly and take everything he had. "You want to kill me? Try again in your next life." At the critical moment, Yi Qinfeng clenched his teeth and exerted force in his legs. Under Yi Jixin's attack, he brushed against the cliff and jumped into the bottomless abyss. Soon, he was swallowed by the thick clouds. Damn it! When Yi Kersin saw Yi Qinfeng suddenly jump off the cliff, he was so angry that his face turned ashen. He immediately came to the edge of the cliff. However, he hesitated and did not dare to jump off to chase after Yi Qinfeng. In the biting cold wind, Yi Qinfeng, who had lost control of his body, rapidly plummeted. In order to reduce the speed of his descent, Yi Qinfeng clenched his teeth and constantly erupted with astonishing strength. He stabbed the coiling dragon épée sword into the hard cliff, igniting large amounts of sparks and forcibly slowing down the speed of his descent. However, the abyss Yi Qinfeng had jumped into was so deep that he could not see the bottom. After falling for 2 incense sticks of time, he still had not reached the bottom. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng's arms had long since gone numb. Large amounts of blood flowed out from his cracked skin. Cracks also appeared on the surface of the coiling dragon épée sword that was constantly rubbing against the cliff. If not for the fact that Yi Qinfeng had cultivated his 6 meridians divine shield to the 3rd layer, his physical strength reaching 130,000 jin, his arms would have been broken long ago. The flow of air has reversed. I'm finally at the bottom. Just as Yi Qinfeng, whose arms were severely injured, was about to lose his grip on the violently vibrating, coiling dragon épée sword, he suddenly felt the flow of air beneath him reverse. He knew that he was finally at the bottom of the cliff. Pum! Yi Qinfeng's uncontrollable body smashed heavily into the damp bottom of the cliff, creating a large crater in the ground. Although he had been using the coiling dragon épée sword to constantly reduce the speed of his fall, it was still not a light fall. More than half of his bones were broken, and his organs were severely injured. He fell into a coma. Fortunately, Yi Qinfeng's physical body was sufficiently strong. His recovery speed was dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the automatic circulation of the soul-devouring art, Yi Qinfeng's body was recovering from his injuries. About 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng, whose injuries had mostly recovered, woke up from his coma. Phew, I'm still alive. That's great. Feeling the soreness in his body, Yi Qinfeng, whose lips were broken, revealed a smile. He forced himself to sit up and looked around. There are so many skeletons. Why are there so many skeletons here? When Yi Qinfeng saw his surroundings clearly, he discovered that at the bottom of the dark and damp abyss, there were piles of white bones. Among them, there were many large and terrifying beast skeletons. Could there be some unknown danger at the bottom of this cliff? Looking at the large pile of skeletons in the distance, Yi Qinfeng immediately became nervous. With his current physical condition, he was unable to use his peak strength to deal with any dangers that could appear at any time. But this strange bottom of the cliff was very enclosed, making it even more difficult to leave. Helpless, Yi Qinfeng could only take out 2 soul-returning pills and throw them into his mouth to quickly heal his injuries. Because Yi Qinfeng's injuries were too severe, he had to spend 3 full days to fully recover to his peak condition. Fortunately, Yi Qinfeng did not encounter any danger in these 3 days. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He decided to take the risk and explore this strange bottom of the cliff to find a way out. But as he went deeper, Yi Qinfeng discovered that there were more and more skeletons at the bottom of the cliff. However, these skeletons had been there for many years. With a light touch of his foot, they immediately weathered away. A stone tablet. Why is there a black stone tablet at the bottom of the cliff? As he walked, Yi Qinfeng suddenly discovered that not far in front of him, there was a mysterious stone tablet that was nearly 5 meters tall. It was completely black, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. On the stone tablet, there were 12 boundless and vigorous blood-red words written in a flamboyant style. The sword points to the heavens. Blood stains the earth. Battle the heavens. Destroy the heavens. What bold strokes! What an arrogant tone! What kind of great figure left this behind, to actually threaten to destroy the heavens? Looking at the 12 domineering words on the mysterious stone tablet, Yi Qinfeng was deeply shocked. Deep in his heart, he had an impulse to worship it. This power, sword force. How can these 12 blood-red words contain the power of sword force? Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng discovered that within these 12 vigorous blood-red words, there was an intense sword force concept that stimulated the sword force within his body to uncontrollably surge out. When the sword force within Yi Qinfeng's body and the sword force contained within the 12 vigorous blood-red words intertwined, a devouring black hole suddenly appeared within the black stone tablet, swallowing Yi Qinfeng, whose expression changed greatly. In the next moment, Yi Chen-feng was surprised to discover that he had appeared in an ancient hall that was engraved with ancient totems. The black stone tablet that he had seen outside stood in the center of the hall. Chapter 131. It has been 101,000 years. Finally, someone has found this sword steel. The blood-red light spirit's hollow eyes shot out rays of bloody light as it looked at Yi Chen-feng, who was staring at it as if it was facing a great enemy. You are... Yi Chen-feng looked at the blood-red light spirit with caution as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Although the blood-red light spirit was far away from him, he could feel a strong sense of danger from it. He did not doubt that if the blood-red light spirit wanted to kill him, he would not be able to fight back at all. I am the tablet spirit and the owner of this stone palace. I am also your tester, the blood-red light spirit said in a deep voice. Junior, are you willing to accept my test? What test? Yi Chen-feng asked. Your test is this sword steel. However, if you fail, you may lose your life, the tablet spirit said slowly. However, if you can pass the sword steel's test, not only will I give you a reward, I will also send you to the inner palace to accept the test there. If you can pass the test, you will inherit the 3 most precious items in the true spirit secret realm. Senior, how difficult is the sword steel's test? Yi Chen-feng took a deep breath and asked. There are 10 great sword steels in the true spirit secret realm. Many talented juniors have found the sword steels, but unfortunately until now, no one has passed the test of the sword steels, and all of them have lost their lives, said the steel spirit. No one has passed the sword steel's test, and they have all lost their lives. After knowing the difficulty of the sword steel's test, Yi Chen-feng took a deep breath and hesitated. Junior, if you are scared, I can send you out. However, you only have one chance. You can make your own choice. The tablet spirit looked at Yi Chen-feng, who was hesitating, and said softly, The path of cultivation was to go against the heavens and seize one's life. Stepping on this path was a life and death struggle. If one could not train oneself in life and death situations, one would be eliminated sooner or later. Moreover, I have the God-Eater Brain as my trump card. Thinking of this, Yi Chen-feng took a deep breath and said firmly, Senior, I am willing to accept the sword steel's test. Good, very good. Before the test, I will give you 3 days to comprehend the sword steel. After 3 days, I will send you into the sword steel. You can only leave the sword steel after you pass the test. But if you fail, you will stay in there forever. Jianbei nodded and said, Thank you, Senior. Yi Chen-feng said as he looked at the sword steel that was more than 5 meters tall. It was completely black and had a large number of patterns on its surface. All right, you can comprehend it now. As for how much you can comprehend, that will depend on your talent and ability, the tablet spirit said. Yes. Yi Chen-feng nodded and sat cross-legged under the sword steel. He quietly adjusted his breathing for a while and combined the power of the God-Eater Brain. He released his soul power into the sword steel and began to understand the sword force carved on the sword steel. And he entered the void state so quickly. The tablet spirit, who was floating in the air, noticed that in just 2 breaths, Yi Chen-feng entered the void state without showing any signs of discomfort or strain. It revealed a surprised expression. It seems like he really has a chance of passing the test. The tablet spirit, who had existed for God knows how many years, revealed a rare smile. It floated in the air in silence and patiently waited. After a day, a sharp sword force gushed out from Yi Chen-feng's body and stirred up the air in the stone hall. The terrifying sword force did not dissipate for a long time. Not bad, not bad. He is only a grade 4 Earth Beast General and has comprehended the 3rd heaven of sword force. Furthermore, his cultivation foundation is abnormally solid. This young man's talent is indeed extraordinary. If he can improve further, he should be able to pass the sword steel's test, muttered the tablet spirit. Damn it! Where did that bastard Yi Qinfeng hide? Yu Shanxian, whose deep eyes were filled with a murderous aura and a ferocious expression, roared angrily with a bloody spear in his hand. In order to kill Yi Qinfeng, Yu Shanxian had spent most of his time searching for Yi Qinfeng's whereabouts. However, to no avail. This made him very angry. And that figure? Just as the murderous Yu Shanxian crossed a lush thicket and continued to search for Yi Qinfeng's whereabouts, he discovered a beautiful figure that resembled a dark elf flashing before his eyes not too far away. Fu Yue! Looking at the tall and graceful Fu Yue from afar, Yu Shanxian's eyes immediately burned with desire. He quickened his pace and chased after her. A cold and moving beauty, like Fu Yue, completely aroused Yu Shanxian's desire to conquer her. More importantly, Fu Yue and Yi Qinfeng both came from the Sky Fire Marshal house. He might be able to find Yi Qinfeng through her. Who is it? Sensing a vague aura behind her, Fu Yue furrowed her brows. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot, and her graceful body turned into an afterimage as she leaped onto an ancient tree that was more than 20 meters tall. She asked cautiously, "Don't be nervous, it's me." Yu Shanxian looked at Fu You's cold and beautiful face and hot body. He walked out of the lush shrub and revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome. Yu Shanxian. Looking at Yu Shanxian's handsome face, Fu Yue frowned slightly. There was no expression on her cold and beautiful face. Fu Yue, this true spirit realm is full of danger. I wonder if you are interested in being my companion? Yu Shanxian took the initiative to invite her. Not interested. Fu Yue rejected coldly. Her body flashed slightly and she wanted to leave. You are not interested, but I am very interested in you. Yu Shanxian tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. His body turned into a series of afterimages and blocked Fu Yue. He said maliciously, "Fu Yue, if you are willing to be my woman, I can ask my grandfather to accept you as his last disciple. I can also provide you with unimaginable cultivation resources to help you break through to the heavenly beast immortal realm. Get lost." Hearing Yu Shanxian's arrogant words, Fu Yue's face became extremely ugly. An invincible sword light was reflected from her body. She slashed at Yu Shanxian. Sword force. Feeling that Fu Yue's sword was full of killing power, Yu Shanxian's face changed drastically. He quickly blocked it with his purple cloud spear. Sky-breaking sword art, mountain, and river break. At this time, Fu Yue slashed a second time. A shocking sword light that could break mountains and rivers traversed the void with amazing destructive power. It slashed at Yu Shanxian's purple cloud spear that was above his head. Boom! A powerful explosive force rose. Yu Shanxian, who was careless, was slashed by Fu Yue. The seventh move of the sky-breaking sword art, which was combined with two sword forces, made his blood boil. He kept retreating. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yu Shanxian, I will not kill you this time. If you dare to offend me again, be careful of your dog head. 2 slashes injured Yu Shanxian. Fu Yue glanced at him coldly and warned him without any courtesy. Chapter 132. 3 days have passed. Now it's time for you to take the test. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting motionlessly under the sword steel, like a statue, the tablet spirit woke him up. In the next moment, a soaring sword force gushed out from Yi Qinfeng's body, tearing the air apart. The crisscrossing sword force lingered in the air for a long time. Sword Force Level 4. In just 2 days, he has comprehended Sword Force Level 3 and Level 4 consecutively. This talent is too terrifying. The tablet spirit had been around for many years and had seen many geniuses, but it had never seen a monster like Yi Qinfeng. There was a ripple in its calm heart. Maybe he really has a chance to pass the ultimate test of the true spirit secret realm and inherit the spirit tribe's inheritance. It's been 3 days, time flies. Yi Qin-feng reluctantly woke up from his state of enlightenment. In these 3 days, Yi Qin-feng had used the God-Eater brain to continuously deduce the profound sword force engraved on the sword steel. Finally, in the limited time, he had improved his sword force by another level, reaching sword force level 4. Press your hand on the sword steel. I will help you activate the test, the tablet spirit said slowly, its tone much gentler. Yes. Yi Qin-feng nodded, stood up from the ground, and pressed his right hand on the sword steel that was as smooth as a mirror. In the next moment, Yi Qin-feng felt that he had been brought into an independent space. A tall, cold-looking man in a black robe with dark patterns stood in front of him, holding an aquamarine light sword. What a terrifying, murderous intent! Feeling the murderous intent from the black-robed man, Yi Qin-feng's pupils immediately shrank into the most dangerous pinhole shape. Kill! The black-robed man's turbid eyes suddenly shot out rays of light, and the deafening word kill resounded in the space, shaking Yi Qin-feng's eardrums slightly. In the next moment, Yi Qin-feng clearly saw the aquamarine longsword in the black-robed man's hand move, slashing towards him. The black sword light tore through the air at an unbelievable speed, slashing towards him. Sword force level 4. Feeling the terrifying power of the black-robed man's sword, Yi Qin-feng's sword force level 4 immediately gushed out from his body, gathering into a light sword that was more than 10 meters long, and met the attack. When the two sword lights intersected, they immediately stirred up ripples, cutting through the air and creating crisscrossing cracks. Let's see how many swords you. After his attack was neutralized by Yi Qin-feng, the black-clothed man's eyes narrowed. He then slashed out 3 more times. The speed of each slash was faster than the speed of light, and the power of each slash was multiplied. Not good. Yi Qin-feng held onto the coiling dragon heavy sword. After forcefully blocking the black-robed man's 2 swords, he was unable to block the 3rd sword. The astonishing sword light slashed into his mind, and a crack immediately appeared on his soul. Large amounts of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. If it wasn't for the fact that the black-robed man's attack only targeted the soul and not the physical body, the earlier sword attack would have slashed Yi Qin-feng's body into 2. God-engulfing brain repair. Yi Qin-feng endured the splitting headache and controlled the God-engulfing brain to forcefully repair his severely damaged soul. In about 2 breaths' time, Yi Qin-feng's soul was completely healed. Too strong. This black-robed man is too strong. How can I defeat him? After witnessing how terrifying the black-robed man was, Yi Qin-feng felt immense pressure. He felt that with his current strength, going head-on against the black-robed man was no different from courting death. Interesting. You're actually fine after taking one of my swords. I want to see how many of my swords you can block. Sensing that Yi Qin-feng's soul had recovered in an instant, the black-robed man's cold and arrogant face revealed a strange smile. Streams of sword qi gushed out from his body, sweeping across the world. 100 spirits, sword slash. Hundreds of sword qi gushed out from his body. They were like meteors that streaked across the sky, dragging long sword qi as they attacked Yi Qin-feng. For a moment, Yi Qin-feng felt as if the world was spinning and the air was tumbling. It was as if the space before him was being torn apart. The destructive power in the sword light made him feel suffocated, and he could smell the scent of death. Facing the black-robed man's 100 spirits, sword slash, Yi Qin-feng knew that he had no way out. He had to defend with all his strength. If he couldn't defend against the 100 spirits, sword slash, his life would be in danger. Instant slash. Yi Qin-feng clenched his teeth. His entire body fused with the coiling dragon greatsword, turning into an extremely thin sword light. With a shocking sharpness, he rushed into the 100 sword lights. Sword force 5th layer heavens break. 130,000 gene of strength break. Profound frost spirit water, break! In order to break through this move of the black-robed man, Yi Qin-feng used all his trump cards. He was like a lone boat in the sea, fiercely fighting in the storm, seeking for a chance of survival. Chi, chi, chi. Yi Qin-feng fought with all his might, but his soul was still injured by the black sword lights, and a large number of sword scars appeared. Although his soul was severely injured, Yi Qin-feng's battle intent was getting stronger and stronger. In this life and death struggle, Yi Qin-feng gradually entered a mysterious state. A vast sword force was like a stormy sea, tumbling and roaring in the black sword rain. Under the wave after wave of sword force attacks, the black-robed man's 100 spirits, finally had an opening. Yi Qin-feng's body flashed and rushed out. To be able to defend against my 100 spirits, you are the first in 1,000 years. However, you are still far from being able to defeat me. The black-robed man looked at Yi Qin-feng, whose soul was severely injured, without a trace of emotion, and said softly, "Not necessarily." Although Yi Qin-feng's current situation wasn't good, his soul was constantly being attacked. This allowed the God-Eater brain to capture a trace of something mysterious and quickly deduce. "Then let me see how you are going to defeat me." Annihilation. The black-robed man roared. A sword light filled with the power of annihilation tore through the heaven and earth. The sword light rushed into the clouds like a sea overturning the horizon. The sword light slashed towards Yi Qin-feng. Trajectory. Yes, that's the trajectory. Every sword strike he sends out is fused into the same trajectory. Seeing that Yi Qin-feng's soul was about to be split open by the black-robed man's destructive sword strike, the God-Eater brain, which was rapidly deducing, captured the trajectory of this sword strike. Swish! Yi Qin-feng's body moved slightly, brushing past the black-robed man's sword and dodging to the side. Instant kill sword. In the next moment, Yi Qin-feng and the coiling dragon greatsword merged into one and stabbed out at extreme speed. The sharp sword light, filled with 4 sword forces, pierced through the black-robed man's chest and directly penetrated his body. You captured my attack trajectory." The black-robed man ignored the sword hole in his chest and widened his eyes. He looked at Yi Qin-feng in disbelief. He didn't dare to imagine that with Yi Qin-feng's strength he could actually capture his attack trajectory in an instant. "Yes, I have already seen through Senior's attack trajectory. I wonder if Senior still intends to continue?" Yi Qin-feng nodded and asked, "If you can withstand my next sword strike, you will pass." The black-robed man's eyes shot out a gaze that was sharper than a sword. A sharp aura burst out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he merged into the trajectory of the attack. Chi! The sound of cloth being torn was suddenly heard. A sword light that looked like a spatial crack shot out. It tore through the space and slashed towards Yi Qin-feng with astonishing attack power. Instant kill sword. The black-robed man used his body to launch a fatal attack. Yi Qin-feng didn't dodge. Instead, he used instant kill to meet the attack. As the sword lights intersected, Yi Qin-feng used the power of the God-Eater brain to lock onto the trajectory of the attack. He avoided the black-robed man's shocking attack. However, the instant kill he unleashed had accurately pierced through the black-clothed man's head, piercing through it. "Kacha!" A crisp, shattering sound was heard. The moment the black-robed man's head was pierced, a crack appeared on the surface of the sword steel. Chapter 133. Junior, congratulations on passing the sword steel's test and obtaining the qualification to enter the inner palace for the final test. The sword steel shattered, and the steel spirit appeared in the sword steel space, speaking in a much gentler tone. He had waited in the true spirit secret realm for more than 100,000 years, and finally, someone had passed the sword steel's test. Phew, I finally succeeded. Seeing the steel spirit appear, Yi Qin-feng let out a long sigh of relief. After using the instant kill sword at such a high intensity, Yi Qinfeng was almost out of energy. Fortunately, he had passed the test in the end. According to our agreement, I will now give you your reward. As he spoke, ripples appeared in front of the steel spirit, and 3 treasures with powerful sealing runes appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. These 3 treasures are your reward for passing the sword steel's test. However, you can only take away all 3 treasures if you pass the inner hall's final test. Now you can only take one. The sword steel said slowly, Senior, may I know what these 3 treasures are? Yi Qinfeng asked as he looked at the 3 treasures that were sealed within the runes. The first treasure is called the gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword. It is made from a whole piece of stardust iron and more than 10 kinds of precious materials. It weighs 10,000 pounds. However, when it was made, it did not incorporate any offensive formation inscriptions into it. Therefore, this gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword is only a low-grade celestial weapon. The tablet spirit opened the seal of the first treasure and introduced it, a lower-rank heaven weapon made from stardust iron. After knowing the gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword's grade and weight, Yi Qinfeng could not help but take a deep breath, and his eyes were burning with passion. Heaven weapons were legendary treasures, and there was not a single one in the entire North Snow region. More importantly, this heaven weapon was made from stardust iron. Normally, when forging an earth weapon, just adding a fingernail-sized piece of stardust iron would greatly increase the quality of the earth weapon, not to mention such a big piece. Moreover, the Heavenly Fault Heavenly Sword itself did not have any offensive runes sealed. It could be said that this gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword was tailor-made for him. If he could obtain it, even if he encountered a heavenly beast immortal expert, he was confident that he could kill them with the help of the gigantic Fault Heavenly Sword. Yi Qinfeng was deeply moved by the titanic Fault Heavenly Sword, but he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he looked at the second sealing treasure. The second treasure is a 1.5 caddy bottle of water from the Spring of Life. It can replenish 3,000 years of lifespan. The tablet spirit undid the seal on the second treasure and introduced it. Spring of Life. Looking at the crystal white porcelain bottle floating in the air, Yi Qinfeng was even more shocked. The Spring of Life was also known as the Water of Vitality. It was a type of divine water that could restore life force and only existed in legends. Normally, the Water of Life was useless to ordinary martial artists, but to old monsters who had 1 foot in the coffin, it was the most precious. If the water of the Spring of Life appeared in the soul-fighting continent, it would set off a bloodbath. Senior, may I know what the third treasure is? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in the depths of his heart. He cast his gaze towards the third sealing treasure and asked, The third treasure is a secret technique called the Life Spirit Technique, said the tablet spirit. Secret technique. Yi Qinfeng knew how precious secret techniques were. The 6th meridian heavenly shield that he had obtained was a secret technique. It was because of the 6th meridian heavenly shield that he could make up for his weak spiritual beast and reach where he was now. The Life Spirit Technique is based on the essence of life. It is a secret technique that burns one's life force in exchange for a terrifying amount of life force. It is a secret technique that can increase one's strength instantly. At most, it can increase one's cultivation level by an entire realm in a short time. All right, I've already told you the origins of these 3 treasures in detail. Now it's your turn to choose, said the tablet spirit as it looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had sunk into deep thought. The titanic Fault Heavenly Sword, the Water of Life, the Life Spirit Technique. Looking at the 3 treasures, Yi Qinfeng kept making his choice. Although the titanic Fault Heavenly Sword was the most useful to him at the moment, he knew that as his strength increased, the Water of Life and the Life Spirit Technique would be far more valuable than the titanic Fault Heavenly Sword. Have you decided? What is your choice? Asked the tablet spirit. The life spirit technique. Yi Qinfeng finally made his decision and chose the secret technique, the life spirit technique. Haha, you are indeed very smart. This life spirit technique is the most precious of the three treasures. You may not be able to understand its power now, but you will understand its power later on. Increasing one's cultivation level by an entire realm is a secret technique that can change one's fate. It is enough to make those big shots fight over it. The tablet spirit was very satisfied with Yi Qinfeng's choice and laughed loudly. As for the titanic fault, heavenly sword, and the water of life, you have a chance to obtain them. As long as you can pass the inner hall's final assessment, you will be able to obtain these two items. All right, now you can study the life spirit technique. Once you have done so, I will send you to the inner hall. The tablet spirit handed the life spirit technique, cultivation, jade slip to Yi Qinfeng. Thank you, senior. Yi Qinfeng nodded and took the jade slip. He injected his soul power into it and began to study the life spirit technique. Life was the foundation of a person. It was the foundation of qi where luck was. The change of life was the change of a person. As Yi Qinfeng studied the life spirit technique, a large number of cryptic chants appeared in his mind. Fortunately, the God-Eater brain was powerful enough to help Yi Qinfeng gain insights. Gradually, Yi Qinfeng felt a large amount of life force appear in his mind. They intertwined and merged, making him feel like he was in control of fate. Oh, the life force. He has mastered the life spirit technique so quickly. 2 days later, the tablet spirit was shocked to discover that there were strands of life force in Yi Qinfeng's body. Its expressionless face was shocked. Could it be that he is fated with the spirit tribe? Is he the person that the spirit tribe has been waiting for? The tablet spirit could not help but become excited when it thought of the possibility. After another 2 days, with the help of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng gradually mastered the life spirit technique. He had completely grasped the method of burning life force in exchange for the power of destiny. However, life was too precious. Yi Qinfeng did not dare to waste it recklessly to test the true power of the life spirit technique. You have mastered the life spirit technique. The tablet spirit asked with anticipation when it saw Yi Qinfeng awaken from his enlightenment after only 4 days of cultivation. Yes, I have mastered the life spirit technique, Yi Qinfeng said with a nod. Your talent is the highest I have ever seen. Perhaps you can create a miracle and pass the final test of the inner palace. Knowing that Yi Qinfeng had really mastered the life spirit technique, the tablet spirit was not stingy with its praise. Senior, how difficult is the final test of the inner palace? Yi Qinfeng asked. The test of the inner palace is set based on one's bone age. The younger the bone age, the easier the test. Therefore, the difficulty of the final test of the inner palace should not be as high as you imagine. However, if you fail the test, you will still lose your life. If you succeed, you will inherit the most precious treasure of the true spirit secret plane. Therefore, it is up to you to decide if you want to accept the final test, the tablet spirit explained in detail. Senior, I am willing to accept the final test. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said firmly, Okay, I will now open the path to the inner palace for you. When the time comes, all you need to do is drip your blood on the control key of the inner palace, and you'll be able to enter the space of the final test. Junior, I wish you good luck. Chapter 134. It's so dark. After entering the spatial passageway that led to the endless void, Yi Qinfeng could only see pitch-black darkness. He couldn't see anything and could only proceed cautiously. After advancing for about 15 minutes, a white light flashed in front of him. In the pitch-black spatial passageway, a beam of white light appeared. It enveloped a solemn-looking black sculpture that was hugging a long sword. Buzz! As Yi Qinfeng slowly approached the sculpture, A towering sword aura gushed out from the sculpture's body and slashed at Yi Qinfeng with a sharp aura. Sword aura attack! Yi Qinfeng didn't panic when he was suddenly attacked by the sculpture. Similarly, a sharp sword aura gushed out from his body and pierced through the firmament, breaking the sculpture's attack with a single strike. Buzz, buzz, buzz! With his attack broken, the statue's black, gemstone-like eyes shone with a sharp glint. Streaks of sword energy shot out one after another, continuously attacking Yi Qinfeng like a torrent of mercury. Break! The sculpture's sword aura wasn't strong. Yi Qinfeng raised his sword aura to the second layer of heaven and broke the sculpture's attack. He slashed at the sculpture's body and shattered the sculpture. The spatial passageway turned pitch black again, sharpening the sword aura. The moment Yi Qinfeng shattered the sculpture, the God-Eater brain captured a trace of the sword aura's intent. I didn't expect the path to the inner hall to have such benefits. It seems like this is another reward for passing the sword monument test. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce the sword aura that the sculpture released. After gaining some insights, he continued to advance deeper into the pitch-black spatial passageway. Buzz! After 15 minutes, another beam of white light lit up in the pitch-black spatial passageway. It shone on a sculpture that was holding a sword with one hand and had sharp eyes and a sharp sword aura. In the next moment, an extremely fast sword radiance tore through the pitch-black spatial passageway like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens and slashed at Yi Qinfeng. Sword aura, second layer of heaven. Yi Qinfeng's body moved slightly. Using his hand as a sword, he slashed out a sharp sword momentum to meet the attack. Yi Qinfeng was in no hurry to shatter the single sword sculpture in order to experience the sword force concept contained in it. Instead, he suppressed his sword force to the second layer of heaven and continued to fight with him. As time passed, the sword force contained within the single sword sculpture grew weaker and weaker. Finally, a crisp cracking sound was heard. The single sword sculpture that had exhausted its sword momentum shattered, turning into dust and dissipating in the dark space. Who created these sculptures? They are so mysterious. Yi Qinfeng continued to sharpen his sword momentum, but he did not stop. He continued to move forward while comprehending what he had just comprehended. While Yi Qinfeng was in the pitch-black space, receiving the baptism of the sword statues one after another, and heading towards the mysterious inner palace, a huge vibration suddenly came from the depths of the true spirit secret realm, setting off monstrous air waves. A 10,000-meter wide, 10-meter tall, dark gold stone palace appeared in the deepest part of the true spirit secret realm. It had ancient totem carvings on the walls, breaking through the solid ground. What is that? Many disciples of the three major sects in the depths of the true spirit secret realm noticed the sudden appearance of this ancient stone palace. They all sped up and rushed over to check it out. Divine Palace. The divine palace that appeared thousands of years ago has appeared again. Standing on a 30-meter tall ancient tree, Yu Shanxian looked at the giant divine palace in the distance. He was very excited as he recalled the introduction of the divine palace in the true spirit secret realm in the ancient books of the Skyfire sect. My opportunity has come. Everything in the divine palace is mine. If I obtain the inheritance of the divine palace, I will definitely become a peerless king. Yu Shanxian's eyes were burning with passion. He gave up on his grudge with Yi Qinfeng and increased his speed to the maximum, rushing over like he was flying. He was prepared to fight for the supreme inheritance of the divine palace at all costs, paving the way for himself to become a king. Pung! The eighth sword aura sculpture was shattered. Looking at the sword aura sculpture that had turned into dust, Yi Qinfeng closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. After the baptism of the eight sword aura sculptures, Yi Qinfeng felt that his understanding of sword aura had reached a higher level, almost touching the fifth heaven of sword aura. Kill! Kill! As he walked, Yi Qinfeng suddenly felt a huge pressure enveloping him. The deafening word, kill, pierced his ears. In the next moment, endless white light appeared in the dark space. It was so bright that it was dazzling. It was like a red sun in the darkness, making people unable to look at it directly. When the white light gradually dissipated, Yi Chen-feng saw a 5-meter-tall, stalwart sculpture holding a pair of swords not far in front of him. A terrifying pressure filled the world. The momentum was so strong that Yi Chen-feng felt suffocated. What a powerful double-sword sculpture! The sword aura contained in this double-sword sculpture is probably more powerful than the previous 8 sculptures combined. Feeling the terror of the double-sword sculpture, Yi Chen-feng was highly focused. He constantly condensed his sword aura and slowly approached it. Suddenly, Yi Chen-feng's pupils contracted into the most dangerous pinhole shape. 2 intersecting sword lights tore through the space and slashed over at a speed faster than light. Fourth heaven of sword aura, break! Yi Chen-feng roared. The fourth heaven of sword aura gushed out from his body. The terrifying sharpness was unparalleled and shocked everyone. He slashed at the intersection of the double sword sculpture and broke the attack of the double sword sculpture. Kill, kill, kill! After the first slash, there was an ear-piercing killing sound from the double sword sculpture. Sword lights that were filled with the concept of destruction were like raging waves as they slashed at Yi Chen-feng. Facing the tide-like attacks from the double sword sculpture, Yi Chen-feng didn't take out the coiling dragon broadsword or use any soul skills. He only released the fourth heaven of sword aura to resist. While resisting, he controlled the God-Eater brain to comprehend. Tisk tisk. Facing the frenzied attacks from the double sword sculpture, Yi Chen-feng's body was covered with sword wounds. Large amounts of blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. However, Yi Chen-feng didn't care about his physical injuries. It was as if he wasn't the one who was injured. He was only resisting and comprehending. It was unknown how many moves they exchanged. Yi Chen-feng's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, and he had the absolute advantage. Just as the double sword sculpture's sword aura was about to be exhausted, the double sword sculpture suddenly shattered. The sword aura in its body instantly condensed into a torrential sword of light. Following this, a radiance lit up. The sword that was filled with the final sword aura of the double sword sculpture slashed across the space. It was like a crescent moon as it slashed towards Yi Chen-feng. Seeing the crescent moon sword light descending from the sky, a boundless sword aura gushed out from Yi Chen-feng's body. It pierced through the sky, and the sword aura was like a mountain and river. It was endless and boundless. Fifth heaven of sword aura. At the final moment, Yi Chen-feng finally comprehended the fifth heaven of sword aura. He burst out with the strongest sword aura and slashed at the crescent moon sword light. In a flash, the crescent moon sword light was shattered by Yi Chen-feng's fifth heaven of sword aura. The powerful sword aura slashed into the distance and didn't dissipate for a long time.